Morty's Diner. Hot coffee without the toxic sludge.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome to Morty's Diner. Wow. First off, I have to look up, what day is this? It's Monday. Monday afternoon, 3 o'clock. All right. Well, got a jam-packed content show tonight, or today, if you believe that. And, all right, I just had some veggie lasagna for lunch. And I've got a second 16-ounce coffee now. I'm going to push. And let's get through today's show. Lots to talk about, which actually means I don't have anything to talk about. But... hello, Rich Mitch. How are you doing? Very good. All right, we'll get started in just a minute. We'll take just a minute, and then we'll get going. All right. I had horrible, scary dreams again last night. I can't even get into it. It's just too horrific. But anyway, the invite link is up, by the way. If anybody who's interested in joining the panel, talking to Morty, you know, whatever. Just go ahead and jump on. All right, let's get it started. We got 12 viewers. That means 2 haters, 1 lurker, and 9 regular viewers. All right, let's go. Next picture. Next picture. Let's recognize our viewers. Thank you all for showing up. This is half of our audience right here. And this guy references the other half of our audience. And the actual percentage of the audience that is neither stoned nor drunk is too minuscule to even give it a percentage. But they're out. They might be out there. All right, and remember, the truth lives at Morty's Diner. It's absolutely true. Kool-Aid drinkers, welcome. Welcome to the Hate Channel Kool-Aid drinkers. Remember, watermelon for the summertime, most refreshing. It's just after 3 o'clock. In about another hour, it'll start to... the sun will go down, and by 4:30 it will be dark, and the nighttime diners will be showing up here at the diner. The nighttime customers. So you never know who comes in at night, you know. And remember, Morty's Diner, Morty still needs the money. Unlike those other people who don't need the money, they just like the money to have fun with. Morty needs the money. All right, let's go ahead and get started with today's show. There we go. Hello, Mega Value. Tylenol. It's funny you mention that because I took an aspirin last night, a regular sized aspirin, and I think it caused the most outrageously strange end-of-life themed kind of dreams I had. It was unbelievable. Wow, it was incredible. Hello, Rufus. Bad dreams, more guilt of something? Guilt? Guilt. I don't know if it's guilt, but thank you for your concern there. Cameron Flynn, how you know I was stoned? Well, I've been doing this. I've been in this YouTube business long enough to know half of the audience is stoned, the other half is drunk, or any combination of the two. And there's a fraction of a percent that's sober. All right, let's look at that picture for a moment. See what we have there. Interesting picture up on the screen. Who do we have there? We have Big Mike. Sometimes goes by the name of Michelle Obama. That's Big Mike. Out in the world, knuckle dragging through the northwest United States in the mountains and the woods. Also known as Sasquatch, Big Mike. All right, there's Barry Obama, actually Barry Soetoro, his real name, and doing what he does best, gulping down those hot dogs. I mean, that's well known about him. Watch Reporter mentioned this about the Man's Country gay bathhouse, where Obama and his friend Rahm Emanuel were regular customers there, regular VIP customers, at the gay bathhouse in Chicago. Absolutely true. I've read about that 10, 15 years ago. I mean, absolutely true. And, then we have Watch Reporter, who goes by screen avatar of Jesus, okay, because he's honest. Well, he says he's honest. Then we have Watch Nicholas. One time a friend of Morty's Diner, and then he went a little, a little nutty in the head maybe, I don't know, and we don't talk anymore. But then there's the greatest president of all time, Donald J. Trump. There he is. And going to the left, that cocksucking goat fucker who's now joyfully dead. So we're going to focus the show around these sterling people. Plonka, Big Mike built like a brick shithouse. You ain't kidding. You ever see photos of Big Mike working out at the White House gym, boxing with a punching bag? Holy shit. And then you see other pictures, White House pictures, of Obama in the White House gym, using 5-pound dumbbells. Because he's so dainty, He's so dainty. Yeah, it's incredible. But, or you don't know. You want to believe or you don't. You believe or you don't want to believe. But facts are facts. Hello, Plunka. Got a back like Stallone in Rocky IV. More like, you're right, but actually more like, who was the Russian guy? What was his name? Drago. He's more built like Drago in Rocky IV. Yeah. Hello, Davey Smalls. All right, so let's talk about these people. All right. The title of today's show is it time to end all the wars? And of course that refers to, President Trump and, the Ayatollah guy who's now deceased. And Watch Nicholas and Watch Reporter, also goes by Honest Watch Channel. Then, of course, there's Big Mike sticking his 10-inch schlong into everything to fuck it all up. And screaming at his husband, Barry. That's a real picture of Big Mike, by the way. When I saw that picture 10, 15, 20 years ago, whenever it was, in a nanosecond, the first thing that popped into my mind was that Star Trek episode with the salt monster, the salt creature, where Kirk and McCoy go down to this planet, and the woman who's assisting Doctor, whatever his name was, the mad scientist guy, she was an old romantic flame of Dr. McCoy, and but she was really turned into the salt monster. If you look at those pictures side by side, which was a popular meme back when, the resemblance is uncanny. But you can call him the salt creature. You can call him Big Mike. It doesn't. Whatever. Look at that mouth. That's the salt creature's mouth, the salt monster's mouth. Anyway, okay, let's. Obama he felt so normal. Yeah, because look what he's doing. He's absolutely relaxed. As you can see in this picture, that's what he does. In the White House at Martha's Vineyard, where the chef mysteriously died, And remember Reggie Love? Anybody remember Reggie Love? Yeah, that was Obama's main squeeze back during the first term. His primary companion. Watch Reporter might know about Reggie Love because he seems to be pretty well informed on, political events and the Obama stuff. Look him up, Reggie Love. Yeah, it's amazing. But anyway, okay, we're not here to talk about Barry and Big Mike. I was also going to put up a picture of Bernie Sanders because he's always shooting his mouth off about something that he's not involved in, because he's just a moron communist. But all right, let's get down to the details, shall we? All right. So, next picture. All right. So the participants in today's show: President Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, greatest president ever. This goat fucking scumbag. Okay. Watch Nicholas. Yep. Watch Nicholas. Currently not doing shows, but he's out there. By the way, last night I watched about 5 minutes of the Jax and Bob show. Before I went to bed, I just clicked on it, and maybe less than 5 minutes. And I heard Dr. Bob say to Jax, "Hey, watch Nicholas. He isn't very happy at all about, or he's pretty angry, or he's not happy, or he's pretty mad, something like that, about me," meaning Dr. Bob speaking. Dr. Bob said about myself and Morty, kind of like showing some support for Watch Reporter on his channel. That's really aggravating, Watch Nicholas. He said something like that. You have to go back to the show and get the exact quote, but And I thought, well, gee, does that mean Dr. Bob has been in contact with Watch Nicholas, or has Watch Nicholas expressed his displeasure at me watching the Watch Reporter show? I mean, I watched the Watch Reporter. He's pretty funny, for the most part. Okay, and but we'll talk about that. But Watch Nicholas can contact me anytime, as well as any of the viewers. My email is on my page. Morty's Diner at proton.me. You can always contact me, but for advice, a consult, whatever. I won't charge him my old fees. It's okay. Mega Value. Big Mike and Brock Lesnar would make a good tag team wrestling duo. I don't know who that is. Brock Lesnar. Let me see who that is. Oh, really? Well, no, that's an alpha guy. Obama is, beta to the max. Wow. Okay. All right. So let's. So in today's show, we got President Trump. We got the Ayatollah, the former Ayatollah. Now with the 72, what's up there. And you got Watch Nicholas and Honest Watch Channel, also known as Watch Reporter. And Big Mike doing what he does. There's Big Mike over there. And there's Barry sucking down a hot dog, Chicago style. Chicago style, yeah. Memories of Man's Country, Gay Bathhouse. Yep. Okay. And just to wake everybody up, there's the salt monster, the salt creature from Star Trek, also known as Big Mike. You know, it's absolutely it shows the absolute moral rot and decay in this country that when Big Mike was the first husband of the United States, all those magazines like Vogue and Glamour, you know, and all these different magazines, they'd put her on the cover. She would have to have $50,000 worth of makeup, professional lighting, and the greatest photographers in the country, you know, from Madison Avenue and Beverly Hills. And they'd put her on the covers of all these magazines as some kind of beautiful woman, which of course is. And half of the country would swallow, and I mean swallow, would swallow that absolutely hysterical bullshit propaganda facade. I mean, she's about the most unattractive female that you're going to find, you know, outside of the Northwest woods up here, you know, Sasquatch-wise, that is. But yeah, you know, she's watching the show today. And here's fucking Bernie Sanders, an absolute moron. Never had a job in his whole life. How long has he been in the Senate? 30 years, 40 years. Never worked a day in his life. 3 homes. Good wealth. Sticking his nose into everybody's business. You know, he's probably, he's a supporter of Mayor Mamdani in New York City. You know, all that shit, you know. A socialist commie. Imbecile. And, of course, the most interesting man in the world, who, if he were on the panel, I think he'd be able to adjudicate this entire, all these issues. The Iran, Middle Eastern wars, the Watch Reporter war. You know, I think he would be able to just hear all sides and make a decision, and that would be it. But he's not here today. And remember, this is our channel. Watch the SPB 525. And so now that we've got that all caught up, let's go to the individuals involved here. President Trump, what can one say? The greatest of all time. Never a president as great as Donald Trump. Every day he's great, greater, indestructible, just the greatest of all. Scumbag, goat fucker, piece of shit, mass murderer. Yet the Democrats in America, the liberal Democrats, they prefer him over Trump. Now this is true. This is beyond mental disorder. This is pure out leftist Democrat libtard insanity. Because they prefer, you know, like groups like Queers for Palestine. You may be saying, why is Morty talking about Queers for Palestine when the show is based around Watch Nicholas and Watch Reporter? Well, I mean, you know, come on. But Queers for Palestine prefers life under the mullahs in Iran versus in America under Trump. So it shows you how absolutely deranged they are. All right, now we got Watch Nicholas and Watch Reporter. All right, so let's get it all up on the screen here. And of course, Big Mike is swinging his hot dog and Obama eating a hot dog. All right, so you're wondering, let's talk about the war with Watch Nicholas. I think it's a conflict. I don't know if it's escalated to a war, but I think it can be also a bad, you know, gone up from fiasco to a fight to a conflict. Now it's like a war. It really is. All right. Morty, who was Obama's boyfriend? Macron was featured in those files. Oh, Barry. Obama's had many boyfriend relationships. Larry Sinclair, and back at the Man's Country Bay gay bathhouse, many glory hole adventures. This is all true, you know. All right. Rufus, channel member, Watch Nicholas is threatening Dr. Bob with doxing his sister. It's what he was complaining about. You know, Rufus, I think I heard Bob say that last night. It was such a amazing statement that Bob, he did say that, and it was so amazing. I couldn't process that at the time of just getting ready to turn the computer off and go to bed. But he did say that. That's, it's a war. It really is a war with Watch Nick and Watch Reporter. And I'm here today to resolve it, analyze it, and resolve it to the satisfaction of all parties involved. And yes, I have absolutely no involvement, connection. I have nothing to do with it at all. But I don't want to see these two guys destroying each other and just amplifying the hate on these channels. I mean, let's not hate. Well, some haters are going to hate. There's nothing you can do about it because they're psychopathic. But let's not, when we can, knock out the hate peacefully, let's just do it. And I have a solution for that I will present. What, is she on a track? Hey, you like Big Mike? Well, okay, nothing wrong with that. Bernie is literally fine. He's a senator, a great senator, and his state says, okay, well, that tells you all you need to know. Hey, Blanca, £5 super chat for the channel. The news is freaking me out, Morty. The Big Mike trolling gave me a chuckle, though. You know, years ago, I prepared a show all about Big Mike and his husband. And I never did it. And the kids, the phony kids. And, or imposter kids. I never did it because I knew it would just get me canceled. But now it's a different world, and you don't get a strike or a remove for saying things like it happened under the Biden-Obama years. So maybe I'll dig up that show and present it because it was all done, all prepared. But all right, let's continue on. Thank you very much for the channel support, Plonka, £5. Thank you so much. Davey, I don't dislike Bernie like I do some of the others. Oh, he's awful. He's absolutely awful. All right, let's get to it. So, Cameron, in a war, it was a war the second we struck their leadership. If they did that to the U.S., do you think it would not be war? Well, you see, that's the thing, Cameron. They were going to do that. Now, you can listen to some other people on YouTube channels, who like to talk about all this geopolitical stuff, but they really have no idea what they're talking about, okay? If you know what I mean. I'm giving you the real. For 40 years, it's been death to America, the great Satan, building up their missiles and nuclear projects, and their goal was the elimination of Israel and the United States. This is well established. So it's just a case of if we didn't do it, it was inevitable it would have happened, that they would have attacked. Inevitable, because their dream is to, go up with the virgins, and bring in the great, the destruction of the West would bring on the great Imam. I forgot the details on that, but yeah, so that's what they want to do, those people. Okay. Rufus. Okay. I can see you have issues with processing news. You're still talking about the Obamas, and they haven't been in the headlines for, years now. Makes you sound obsessed, just like with that guy. Well, I beg to differ with you, Rufus. Obama was in the news the 4 years of the Biden presidency, which was, of course, his third term. He manipulated everything behind the scenes for the Biden 4 years. And now he's in the news with connections to Epstein. And, of course, he's been in the news for committing treason. Tulsi Gabbard released document after document, black and white documentation of treason. And of course he's in the news. So, okay, Rufus, like I said, watermelon for the summertime. The rest of the year, choose your flavor. It's okay. I'm still on the fence. I need a week or two to digest things. Also, the state of America and the world now is because of the destruction Obama purposefully wreaked on this country, which was his goal. And what's going on in Minnesota with the Somalis, that's due to him. The half of the country that's deranged and demented, wearing pink pussy hats and, fighting ICE and sanctuary cities, that's Obama. So his presence is out there all the time, every day, Okay. Cameron, what happened before the 40 years ago to make them say death to America? Well, that's the regime. That's what they want. And the clown music is apropos. I agree. And of course, Rufus means that as a little bit of a put down, but it's okay. Yeah. All right, so let's get into the Watch Nicholas and Watch Reporter. Well, you know, if you watch Watch Reporter's channel called The Watch Reporter, or his other one, Honest Watch Channel, he has been eviscerating, I mean eviscerating and roasting Watch Nicholas, my former very good friend. And Nicholas, likewise, has been roasting and going after Watch Reporter. And it's mean, gutter level, down and dirty. Holy shit. It's unbelievable. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. And if this was true, Dr. Bob did mention last night on the Jackson Bob show, Nick said he's going to go after, what was this? He threatened Dr. Bob with doxing his sister. Well, what does that even have to do with anything? I mean, so listen, it's got to stop. The doxing's got to stop. The hate has got to stop. Oh, that veggie lasagna is acting up on me. It's just got to stop. And this war between these two guys is so simple to resolve. It can be resolved so simply. It's unbelievable. Many wars are very complicated to solve. This one is so simple. So I'm going to give my commentary on this. Nobody asked me to give any commentary or, speak on this. No one said, why don't you just mind your own business? But I'm providing original content, for the haters out there. So, oh, hello, Aussie Expat. Biden is the worst disaster to have befallen America. Won't defend W before him. Right, okay. Yeah, Obama, Biden, the two biggest enemies of the state this country's ever had. Ever. I was saying that when Obama was first campaigning for the first run at the presidency. If you know about Barry and Big Mike, then you would know these things. If you watch CNN and MSNBC, you don't know anything. That's the fact. Okay. Cameron, was it the coup of their democratically elected president to put in the Shah, who became an autocratic dictator with his own secret police, much like Khomeini? Well, that's interesting because now I'm not Iranian or Iranian. I'm not Iranian. I've never been there. But apparently the Shah was beloved by the Iranian people, even if he had a secret police unit, because millions, tens of millions of people in Iran and Iranians throughout the world in the diaspora of their people are dancing in the streets, celebrating and singing and celebrating Trump, Netanyahu, and Reza Pahlavi, the son of the former Shah. And they're thrilled, happy. They can't express their happiness and joy enough. So, and they all want the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, to come back to the country and be a monarch. So the father could not have been that despicable. Okay, and that, what can I tell you? Certainly he couldn't have been as despicable and as evil as Obama. Or, there's just no way. Okay. All right. Let's continue. Aussie Expat. Watch reporters behaving like a scammer, putting in delays and stipulations to prevent himself from fulfilling his end of a contract he agreed to. It's bewildering to me as to why Watch Reporter thinks this. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, unbelievable. Makes him look good. Who would ever do business with someone like that? Well, that's a very, very good observation. Yeah. Loose Tooth. Morty, can you comment on reasons why Watch Reporter would change his name a few times? No. Okay. The son of the Shah looks like an incompetent fellow. Well, that's funny you say that because Iranians they want that guy. And I've watched him. I'm very impressed with his public speaking skills, his speech making, his sincerity, and his love of the people and his country. And he wants to restore greatness to Iran. So I don't have any issues at all with I guess he's called the Crown Prince, the Shah's son, who's going to any day, go back there and, as a temporary transition leader, run the country the right way and bring it back to greatness. Can you imagine Iran as a great friend and ally of the United States and Israel? Can you imagine? I mean, just unbelievable. Iran, once it got cleaned up, would be a major multi-billion tourist destination with all the historical sites to see, and people just wanted to travel. There'd be a Trump hotel in Tehran with a golf course and a Trump restaurant and a Trump souvenir shop, and it'd just be unbelievable. The economy would be booming. Just incredible. All right, Rufus. Yeah, I came across a picture of. Yeah, right. Okay. Now I started watching when Archie started, like 16 years ago. Yeah. Okay, Poway. Morty, which leader or former leader would you prefer to give a reach around? Christine Lagarde or Angela Merkel has damaged Germany more than Hitler. This is a fact. I can substantiate this in detail. It's absolutely true. The Hitler situation post-war, for the damage and destruction, that, except for the lives lost, that was recoverable and rebuildable. What Angela Merkel has done to Germany is irreversible and is the destruction of Europe and Germany. Same as the English leaders, the Swedish leaders, same thing. Okay. Iran is a big country. How do you know everyone wants? Well, the Muslims who are there, they prefer, the brainwashed Muslims there, they prefer living in, under the Ayatollah. But that's the small minority of the country. It was a country seized by the Muslim tyrants. Aussie, would you describe Iraq or Iran as a friend of America? Once Iran gets cleaned up and the trash all thrown out, Iran would be a great friend and ally of the U.S. and Israel and the West. It would be incredible. A potential economic powerhouse, ally, friend, and may I say, having been watching much Iran news over the last week, Iran is filled with really sexy, beautiful women. That's not the impression most Americans have, because we'd see Iranians, with the hijab and old ladies in the hijab. And it's not that at all. There's some really sexy, beautiful women from Iran. We need to, let them live free. Okay, Cameron. Davey, my favorite part is he is literally doing the same promise that his father did to America. What do you mean? My favorite part is okay, right. Aussie, would you describe Iraq, Vietnam, Afghanistan a glowing outcome like you imagined for Iran? No, my opinion, Vietnam, we never should have been there. And Kennedy was well documented. He was going to withdraw all American troops. Well established. Iraq, we never should have gone to, and Iraq was, and Trump has stated that repeatedly, and at the time, he was against it from the get-go. That was a fuck-up by George Bush. Those are all disasters. Afghanistan was the ultimate disaster when Biden, finally did the withdrawal. Just a disgrace. Which is more likely, your imagination or the track record we have earned? Well, we never had Donald Trump before, you see, Aussie. Iraq was George W. Bush. Vietnam was that corrupt scumbag LBJ. Deviant, corrupt, sinister son of a bitch. Afghanistan was the whole time, but they were all part of the Washington Club, Trump is different. Okay. Trump is clear-minded and dedicated to protecting the country and freedom. All right. Protecting the country. That's why he did what he did. Rufus, I think this would come across a bit more serious with the Vindaloo music. Really? Okay. Well, Libya is Hillary Clinton. Okay. Egypt. Are you talking about the aliens who built the pyramids when you say Egypt? Okay. Davey, also terrible fact, the Shah of Iran went to school with the head of the CIA, and is likely how he convinced the CIA to put him in power. Just because he went to school with friends from the CIA, what does that mean? So what? That's. Iran has fantastic people. They are smart and good thinkers. Absolutely right. Yeah, when I was watching the news, including some news from Los Angeles, there's an area that it was not called this when I lived in Los Angeles. They now refer to it as Little Tehran. As soon as I heard where there were Iranian Americans dancing in the streets and parading around with American, Israeli, and U.S. flags, and the reporter called it Little Tehran, and I immediately said to myself, that's got to be Westwood, which is where UCLA is, because the Iranian presence when I was in LA, extremely large in Westwood, in the Westwood area, and that's where it was. In fact, yeah, Westwood, and okay, very good. Morty, which smells worse? Jesus, Polly, you're fucked up, man. Okay. Unbelievable. Another comment like that, and I'm going to have to remove you from, I'm going to have to time you out. Unbelievable. All right, so, not into the details of the Watch Nicholas war, but first off, I want to say what should have been done and what can be done to resolve it, even today, within minutes, it can be resolved and never addressed again. Nicholas was hired by Watch Reporter at $75 an hour to do 3 or 4 two-hour shows a week on his business channel, on the Watch Reporter's business channel. And I remember watching that show, which I guess was the Watch Nicholas channel, and Nicholas said, absolutely, I'll do it. Because that's $150 a show, $450 a week, let's say. What a deal. I wish he had asked me, because I need the money. Okay. And the fact that I don't know anything about present-day stock market issues, that's irrelevant. Because as it turns out, he says neither did Nick. But anyway, okay. Nick did 3 shows. This is Watch Reporter says he did 3 shows in the first week. He said the viewership was bad, the content sucked. He didn't know what he was talking about. The viewers didn't really like the host, whatever. And Watch Reporter said in his most recent video, that's okay. He was going to keep him around as a learning curve, a little break-in period. He would have given him 3-4 weeks before he decided whether to continue or not. Oh, all right, fine. But then Watch Reporter says Nicholas disappeared for 4 months. This is what Reporter says, right? He sent him emails and texts, and he never got a reply from Nick. This is what he has been saying. To me, that is irrelevant. Underlined, irrelevant. All Watch Reporter had to do was when Nick finished the first week of 3 two-hour shows, which was $450, Watch Reporter would have sent him a PayPal saying, PayPal for 6 hours at $75 an hour for hosting my show. $450. Done. Done. If the shows sucked or not, he was hired to do the shows. He did the shows in the first week as agreed. There was no guarantee of quality, and Watch Reporter admitted, knowingly that was in his thinking when he offered him the job. So send him the $450. He performed the work. That Sunday, you send him PayPal in a day or two, send him the $450. Cash App, PayPal, Ko-Fi, whatever. Done. If Watch Nicholas disappeared for 4 months, irrelevant. Now, Watch Reporter, in terms of his filing his taxes, all he has to put down is for his accountant is business expenses, hiring Watch Nicholas. 6 hours is $75 an hour, $450 for my YouTube channel. And then he can put down Watch Nicholas, his address, because Watch Nicholas shows his mailing address, P.O. Box, whatever it is, and his email and his phone number, because maybe he knows Watch Nicholas's phone number, okay? And that's all the IRS would need. That's it. Believe me, I know. Okay. And even if I didn't know, I'd say, believe me, I know. Okay. So, and that was it. Why didn't he just send him the $450 when he finished the first week of shows? I don't understand that. I don't get it. He hired him for the week. The first week was done. Pay the man. Pay the man. Or, well, I don't know about man, but pay Nicholas. If he did a second week, at the end of that week, a day or two later, send him another PayPal, Cash App, Ko-Fi, whatever. This business Watch reporter is asking for, he wants a W-2, he wants an invoice, he wants a copy of his driver's license. The driver's license request is just absurd. Absolutely absurd. Okay. Next thing he's going to ask for a circumcision certificate and birth certificate and copy of his passport. Absolute absurdities. Okay. He could have said to Nick, here's your $450. Do me a favor and fill out a W-9 and send it to me because that'll help my paperwork. Done. Now, even today, with all the hate messaging and the doxing and the attacks and backstabbing going on, I would recommend Watch Reporter, send Nicholas today, PayPal, Cash App, Ko-Fi, send him the $450. I know you never asked me, nobody ever asked me, but I got an afternoon to kill, so I'm doing this, okay? Send him the $450, and then enclose an attachment note, just say, please send me a W-9 today or tomorrow. And that wraps it up. That's it. That's it. You could also say, please send me a one-sentence invoice. Perform 6 hours to $75 an hour for your YouTube channel as a guest host. $450 amount due. That's it. Done. The entire thing can be done within 5 minutes. Both sides can wrap it up. Reporter right now could send him a $450 PayPal. Nick would get that sometime today. He could just type out a one-sentence invoice and, go on some website, get a W-9, and just send it to him. So fucking simple. It ends everything. You don't need Donald Trump to work this deal out. I don't think it's good for anybody for these two guys to just keep going on and on and on. I don't find it entertaining, because I enjoy Watch Reporter's channel. He's very funny. But this business of holding back the payment, no matter what he said, and I've listened to his content, it's all irrelevant. The guy performed the work, even though it sucked. He performed the work. Pay him. And in my book, or in my opinion, he should have paid him at the end of the first week. That's it. I mean, any other analysis of this is just bullshit. And people who want to stoke the fires and create more hate. Let's catch up on the comments for a moment. Yeah, I mean, George Bush, the first, he was in Skull and Bones, too, so what does that mean? And the son was in Skull and Bones, and John Kerry. Well, there's no way to break that system of the elite, Okay. I knew many Iranians in Los Angeles. I mean many, okay? Many of them were quickly Americanized. Some of them really had a very difficult time giving up their Iranian life. I remember one girl, she wanted to buy a bicycle in Santa Monica, and she said, I want to buy a bicycle today. You want to come with? Which I first heard some idiot say that like around late 80s. We're going over to Round Table Pizza. You want to come with? I said, you want to come with what? with us. So then why'd you say you want to come with? But that's how they talk down there, or did. So I said, yeah, sure. So we went over to Sears in Santa Monica. She just wanted a basic bicycle. I guess that's a decent enough place to get a basic bike. And I'm not making this story up. She was about, I'd say 30 years old. And we're in the bicycle department, and she goes, well, this one seems okay. And whatever the price was, let's say 150. I don't remember. Let's say 150. So the salesperson says, well, this one's pretty good. What are you looking to do? She goes, well, ride around the beach, ride around my streets. This will do you just fine. So he says, yeah, it's 150. So she says, the price is 150. And he says, yeah. She goes, well, what kind of discount can I get? See, she wants to barter, and make a deal, And I said, well, you really don't do that. That's the price. She goes, well, no, that's not the price. I said, well, no, that's the price. So the sales girl or guy said, well, that's the price. It's 150. She goes, well, no. How much less will you take? I'll buy it. I'll give you 100. It was something like this. And he goes, well, no, it's 150. I can't sell it for less than this price tag. And it's a very good price. She goes, well, no, that's not right. I should be able to, she was determined and felt absolutely in the right that the price can be negotiated. And the salesman just walked away. He says, well, look, if you like it, I'm happy to go in the back and get one out for you. We'll assemble it for you and the whole thing. And she said, no, you have to lower that price. There has to be a way we can work out a better price. So the guy walked away, and I said to her, that's the price. You're thinking of maybe something back home, but that's not how it works here. It's a good bike. The price is very fair. Just buy it. No, I'm not going to do that. He has to work with me on that price. I said, well, he's not going to. So she says, well, let's leave. And that's a true story. But maybe she learned later on how it all worked here. Okay. Dirk Diggler, hello. How stupid for both parties to fight over $450. You see, that's another aspect I neglected to mention. It's $450. It's not $45,000, $4,500. It's not even $1,000. Like that guy who owes me $1,000 who welched on his bet. You see, this is $450. Okay, or weaseled out of his debt. His bet. Okay, how stupid for both parties to fight over $450. Watch reporter should have known better to get involved with Nick, and Nick should have known better. He was getting played. Well, I heard the show where he offered him that job, and it was so simple. Just pay him at the end of the week. That's all that had to be done. Okay. Cameron. And after his tenure as CIA director, Helms was appointed to President Nixon as the U.S. ambassador to Iran, a move that leveraged his long-standing personal relationship with the Shah. Well, Nixon was great friends with the Shah. Nixon understood Iranian history, Iranian politics, economics. He understood the whole deal. The presidents after him never got it. They were just dumb as shit. Okay. Aussie, I did my taxes last night. The threshold for wanting a 1099 NEX is $600. Watch reporter is just making shit up like a scammer would. Well, I agree with you. And you don't need a W-9 for a $450 independent contractor. Just hiring. You hire somebody to do your lawn, or blow away use a snowblower. Your neighbor who's got I'll give you $50 if you use the snowblower on my driveway. He doesn't have to file a W-9 or provide a driver license ID or even give you an invoice. And you could you just write it down. Paid next door neighbor Joe Blow. Paid my next door neighbor Aussie Expat $150 for the gardening and hedge trimming. A copy of canceled check attached. That's it. And you file it with your CPA. It doesn't look good for Watch Reporter because you should just pay him. You don't need that bullshit documentation. Dirk Diggler, Iranian women are smoking hot until the age of 40. That's not a nice thing to say. What if an Iranian woman said that about a Mexican women. You'd be pretty irate. It's not a nice thing to say. Yeah, the Rufus. Yeah, the watch reporter isn't coming out on top with the way he's handling this. You know, now I don't know his personal business at all, but the guy is driving a Bentley. Okay, he's got exquisite gold watches. I can't believe $450 is significant to him at all. To me, $450 is life and death. Now, for $450, I would take a bus to Las Vegas and find this guy and get that $450 out of him in person, because I need the money. You see, but you know, I'd be friendly about it. But anyway, and I could handwrite him an invoice when I met him at Circus. I say I'm in town. Please meet me at Circus, and we can hammer this thing out in 5 minutes. And he'd say, okay. So yeah, it's only for $450. But $450 even obviates the fact that there's principle involved. To most people who watch these channels, $450 is like a penny. To me, it's a fortune, but to everybody else, it's like a nickel or a penny. But anyway, okay. Aussie Expat. Any outside observer merely has to watch reporters' videos, only his side of the argument, and realize that watch reporter is not someone you ever want to be around in any capacity. Holy shit, that's pretty brutal. I think he's very funny. If he offered me a job on his channel, I would probably accept it, but I would work out the terms. I'm not a dummy, you know. I'm not a doofus, a drug-induced, loser. I would say, okay, I'll be happy to work for you. Give me half up front, and I want half after the first. And at the week's end, you got to pay me the other half. Or I want 100% up front. I've done things like that too. You know, till I know you're reliably going to pay me, I want the first week up front. Or I want to be paid after each day's show. Any of those things can work out. And he would. And the only objection was, I'm not going to send you 3 fucking PayPals in 1 week. I said, why? It takes 1 minute. 1 minute. So if the person, whoever it was, said, well, I'm not going to send you 3 PayPals in 1 week, and I say, forget it. Forget it. You know, it's not worth haggling about. So it's all right. Okay, let's continue on. I think did I miss a super chat? No, we're up to date. Okay, let me continue on. All right. Both guide carry fleas. Holy shit, Davey. Hey, Fat Windbag Ben, £10 super chat from Scotland. Thank you so much for supporting this channel, Fat Windbag Ben. Thank you so much. Okay. See, that's the kind of channel support that we need over here to survive. Not even thrive, just survive. Thank you, Ben. All right. Aussie Expat, I've unsubbed from Watch Reporter. He's funny, but this is not condoned. Well, I'm not going to unsub, because I do get laughs from Watch. In fact, he's the only other channel out there that makes me laugh. Outside of myself, he's the only channel where I can actually watch and really laugh out loud, you know. So he's really damaging his in my opinion, he's really damaging or has damaged his affable, friendly, funny kind of image by treating Nicholas. And believe me, I got problems with Watch Nicholas, okay? I can lay those out for you on a future show, which I intend to do anyway. But, so I'm not, standing up for Nicholas. I'm just standing up for what's right and wrong. And I want these two guys just to close this deal, just get it over with. Australians would say, come with as well. Well, that was the thing in Los Angeles, especially LA, in the 80s, 90s, Valley girls and people. This girl was from Rancho Palos Verdes, and she would always talk like, want to come with? You want to go with? So I started speaking like that to her, and I'd say, you want to suck? And I would just point. And she said, suck what? I said, exactly. But anyway, okay. Everything is negotiable. Well, look at President Trump. He would agree with that. He would absolutely agree with you. In fact, he wrote a book about that. Shit, sun is blasting down on my screen. I'm going to have to stand up for a second and close the drapes. So, everybody, please hang on for just a moment while I excuse myself. I'll be back in a few seconds.
Step right up! Ladies and gentlemen, see the amazing chained convict, a spectacle of sadism! Watch as he enjoys humiliating everyone he comes into contact with to fill his emptiness one face blast at a time! A true exhibit of projection! Just $5 to be humiliated by a true carnival sideshow! Get splooged and join in the true sad wonder of those that enjoy sadistic entertainment!
Okay, we're back. Barry there, he's still inhaling that hot dog, Barry style. And Big Mike, he's still fucking furious as usual in that picture. The Ayatollah, he's fucking dead. Trump is still great. And of course there's Honest Watch Channel and Watch Nicholas. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, I for the most part, that really is true. Okay, Aussie. Rufus, yeah, Watch Reporter is an ass clown. Kind of like this music. No comment. Oh, here we go. CIA talk. All right. Dirk Diggler, Nixon was a very good president. Too bad his presidency was known for Watergate. Yeah, I mean, the Watergate thing was political hate from the Democrats, just total pure hatred. And whatever Nixon did, if you combined everything he did, it's nothing compared to Barry and Joe Biden. Absolutely nothing. So, I mean, I would actually, if I were president or an advisor to the president, I would ask him to consider, I don't know how it can be done, but expunging the impeachment. See, Nixon resigned. That's the thing. So you can't recall a resignation. But I would do something, and I lived through those times. I remember it very, very clearly, you know, and read all the books about all that stuff. And I would do something to reinstate part of his image in a positive light, you know. But anyway, okay. Dirk Diggler, Mexican women are hot until they have kids. Holy shit. That's typically true in Mexico. All right, we are anti-Mexican talk here. Rufus, watched Nicholas drumming up drama, trying to be relevant. Listen, I got a lot of shit against Watch Nicholas, okay? I mean, I got a lot against Watch Nicholas, let me put it that way. And I'm not a big Watch Nicholas fan. Not at all. With the shit he's pulled on me, okay? Which he would deny, but I mean, it's just there, you know? But reporter's wrong. You should have just paid him after the first week. You should pay him today. Nick, I'm sure, would just type out a one-sentence invoice and send it to him, and case closed. It's done. But I don't think it's going to be resolved that easily with these two guys. You know? Those Bentleys are from Harry's used car lot. Nevertheless, he did show his car, his Bentley, in a video of his within the last week, and it's a hell of a substantially interesting, I mean, significant quality-looking sedan. I mean, it's something. You know? Breitling, hello there. What is wrong with the math? What is wrong with the math? I lost 2 yacht masters in the market yesterday, but I need $450? Well, I understand that, and I agree with that comment. But it's not a matter if Nicholas is a mega millionaire or not. He was hired for a specific service, and he performed the service, and that concludes the arrangement, and he should have been paid that week, at the end of the week. So $450 won't even get you the watch strap. Now, you see, this brings up another issue. What if Nicholas never receives payment from Watch Reporter? Never. What if Watch Reporter decides, I'm never going to pay the fucker. I'm not going to pay him, period. So the end result, Watch Reporter has lost some of his luster as a YouTube personality, whatever you may think. And Nicholas is out $450, and he might continue being on the warpath, but he never gets the 450. Does the 450 have any impact at all to his financial situation? We don't know. I don't know. Only he knows. But like I said, if it were myself, I would be on a bus to Las Vegas for a sit-down with Watch Reporter to work out on the spot at the Circus buffet. Pay me the $450 today. What do we need to get this done? And I would just get it done. You know? Okay, let's continue on. Dirk Diggler. I was trying to book flights today, and man, the prices have really gone up. I think it's because of the Iran bullshit and Strait of Hormuz being shut down. I don't consider it's not Iran bullshit. He's protecting this country, so it's not bullshit at all. You would rather have this country nuked by Iran, and then you'd be telling everyone on YouTube, why didn't the government do anything? You'd be one of those people. Rufus, you think Watch Reporter is funny? Tracks? He's very fucking funny. See, maybe you don't understand what's funny, Rufus. Certain things are definitively funny. Some things are definitively not funny. And he's funny. And listen, I know funny. Okay? And he can be very funny. He may not get it, and that's fine. But, okay. What did you get last month? Rufus, Breitling, your work just keeps getting better and better. Breitling's a creative genius. Genius, he's a brilliant talent. Yeah. And he understands funny. Okay? Baby cow is not funny. Having T-dubs fly around in a balloon is not funny. So or whatever that video is. I mean, those videos are just so fucking stupid. You know, Doc's report on an island, and all those idiotic, just stupid as fuck. Oh, Biden, yeah, those two guys should be in Leavenworth for life, Obama and Biden, or, even worse, even more so than that, which is what the founders would have said. No watch needed, no wrench needed. This music is worse than waterboarding. Well, I have to waterboard the audience to get any super chats, so that's perhaps with applying enough pressure on these viewers, I might get some super chats. So that's why I play the circus music. Okay. Aussie Expat. I can lose $1 million on the stock market, but that hurts me less than $500 at the poker table. Let me do this again. I can lose $1 million on the stock market, but that hurts me less than losing $500 at the poker table. Gee, you're rich. That's what the kids said in Back to the Future. When Michael J. Fox, when they were watching The Honeymooners back in 1955, and Michael J. Fox said, yeah, we got 2 TVs. And then the little kid said, gee, you're rich. Yeah, anyway. And I will get a refund. And I will fight for a refund until $20. What does that mean? You mean over $20? Right. Okay. Rufus, Morty, you get more views than Watch Reporter. You didn't read that. The next chat I meant, Watch Reporter is just drumming up drama to be relevant. Well, he's drumming up the drama. I don't know if it's a matter of to be relevant, but he is stirring the pot. He could easily, at any moment in the last 6 months, could have PayPal'd him the $450. You know. Exactly, JDMTL, right. JT, punishing the audience is the Lux method. It doesn't work. No, well, no, we don't go to that level of punishment like he does. Right. Well, on Money and Life, you worry about what you control. And when you control information, you control whatever Newman said. No wrench needed. I am surprised the market didn't bomb today. Right. Yeah, so 450. Now, there's a guy out there who owes me $1,000. He weaseled out on a bet. Black and white, he lost the bet. Black and white. And he went cry-babying away. He went on somebody else's channel as soon as he found out he lost, trying to prove, but, and the other guy didn't know what he was talking about. Whose channel he went on. He didn't know what the hell he was talking about. He did everything he could to not pay me that $1,000, and he knows, because I got a clip of him joking about it with Narf. You know, I got the clip, man. You know, I got it, you know. But evidence is evidence, and he just weaseled out. But that's to be expected with some people out there on the YouTube, you know. But this thing with Nicholas and Reporter, they should settle it today. PayPal him the $450. Nick will send you a one-sentence invoice. You don't need a W-9. You don't need a copy of an ID. And it's over. It's over in 5 minutes. Now, Watch Reporter, who I really enjoy watching this channel, he might be bringing on his next video, he might be attacking me for even commenting on any of this. I don't know. So I'm taking some chances here with getting on his bad side. But I find him very funny, and I don't want to see him, well, Nick, you know, whatever. But I just don't want to, you know, this is unnecessary shit. In a world of shit, this is just added unnecessary shit, you know? Aussie, Bitcoin did well today. Wow, fantastic. Okay. Hello, Aaron. All right. JT. If it's over in 5 minutes, then people will stop paying attention to them. They don't want that. Now, that's a very interesting, a very sick and twisted way of looking at it, but let's study this here. If it's over in 5 minutes, which was my suggestion, which it can be over in 5 minutes, that is true, okay, then people will stop paying attention to them. They don't want that. Really, do you think that those two guys are so sick, twisted, deviant, immoral, amoral, homosexual, and desperate for viewership that they want to continue the war with the hate, the insults, the doxing, the backstabbing? They want to continue that to, quote, stay relevant or be relevant? Really? I don't agree with that. Yeah, I don't think so. They both made their points. End it. You know? Watch Reporter should just call up Nick if they talk on the phone, say, Vladimir, let's end it today. I'm PayPaling you right now $450. As soon as you see it show up on your PayPal, send me a one-sentence invoice. It's done. Done. But maybe, JT, maybe you've got something. I don't agree with what you're saying, but maybe you have something. Right. All right. Very good. I think those are my comments on the Watch Reporter, Watch Nicholas thing. And it needs to be contained today because it's really getting out of control. Okay. Still a long way off from where we were on Bitcoin. Well, I don't have any Bitcoin. I don't have any stock. So, you know, for $450, I would do anything for $450. I'm not going to have prison sex for $450, but I would do almost anything for $450. That would be life-changing for me. Okay, Breitling. The drama might be worth more than the $450. Trash streaming is becoming popular in a sick, sadistic manner and lucrative in a psychotic way, as we have seen. Yeah, there's a whole category, genre, called trash streaming. So if you just go to Google and type in trash streaming, which I'm currently reading about or looking into, unbelievable. Yes, I produce content that is trash, but I think that's different. That is different than the genre of trash streaming. Okay. Aussie, I'm good on Bitcoin. 65K is a lot of money. Yeah. Wow. All right. I think we're up to date with that. Any questions? Any further questions or comments on the Watch Nicholas, Watch Reporter, Donald Trump, dead Ayatollah situation? How many bites, thinking about yourself, how many bites does it take you to eat a regular-sized hot dog? Thinking about myself, getting, say, a Costco hot dog, I mean, it takes a while. Because you got the bun, then you have your drink. So I would say at least 6 bites for a hot dog, at least, okay? A guy like Barry, he just slides it down in one gulp, because he's very experienced at the bathhouse. So, you know, a 6, 7, 8-inch hot dog, no problem. Just he just swallows it in one gulp. Like, you know, other people out there on the YouTube who do the same. They have the same way of eating those kinds of things, you know. Breitling, trash streaming is common among ex-convicts. You know, isn't that fascinating? Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating. I'm one of the few people who's a channel host or guest who's not an ex-convict. Incredible. Aussie Expat, most people can't do 65K to get themselves 1 Bitcoin. A net worth millionaire will unlikely ever get 1 Bitcoin at this stage. I don't even have 0.000001 of a Bitcoin. I have 0 Bitcoin. Back when I was back when I was on the Watch Nicholas show regularly, he often would send me a $1 Cash App with a thank you for being on the show. $1. Not 1,000. Like he gave other people, Mike the Snake and Bateman, and he was flashing $1,000 bills left and right back then and paying people big money. And I never asked him for a penny, but he would send me about $1 after many of the shows. Sometimes he would send me, because on Cash App you can send Bitcoin and stock certificates. So on occasion he would send me $1 of Bitcoin, maybe $2 Bitcoin. Which is like a point, out to the 20th decimal point of a fraction of a Bitcoin. But, I appreciated it. You know. But, but I sold all that half a year ago or whatever. Cashed out big. I made about $258 on that when I cashed it all out. It was huge. No wrench. I personally will never buy a Bitcoin. Translation, that's an Aussie Expat flex. Wow. You want to see an Aussie Expat flex, wait till he shows you his watch collection or his luxury dumbbells. You know, unbelievable. All right, we got that covered. If anybody wants to add to that content, that is my recommendation for Watch Reporter and Watch Nicholas. No doubt this good faith attempt at having these two guys wrap it up and resolve it, no doubt on Watch Reporters and Watch Nicholas's next stream or next shows, they will absolutely roast and eviscerate me for even talking about this, you know. But hey, what can I tell you? Using those dumbbells right now. Wow, fantastic. Right. 30 people watching. Thank you, everybody, for watching Morty's Diner. Please consider clicking thumbs up or thumbs down if you want to support the channel. Either way, if you like it or hate it, I'd sure appreciate it. There's 8 thumbs up with 30 viewers. That's not even a third of the audience. I bet you the haters and lurkers, they give me thumbs up or thumbs down. And they hate me. Hate. Because I speak the truth. That's why they hate me. I turn on the light bulb and show what's going on in the closet over there, so that's why they hate me. All right, let's continue here. Aaron. Fantastic. Okay, very nice. Look, 450 is 450. You know? So just pay it. I mean, look, for these two guys, it's pocket change, but just pay it. If he would send the money, the issue would be over. So I think, and I think Watch Reporter has mentioned this, slyly mentioned that he's pulling Nicholas's string. He's yanking his chain a little bit, getting some sadistic pleasure out of this. But yeah, whatever. All right. So I think we've got that covered. Now, who wants to send me a wire transfer of $20,000 to help me? Any of you everyday multi-millionaires out there want to just kick in? How about $450 Cash App from every one of the EDMMMMs out there? It means nothing to you guys, nothing, and it would change my life. Okay, I put that out there. Just saying, it wouldn't mean anything to you. It's like John Rockefeller giving people sleeping in the street a nickel or a dime. He used to pass out dimes back in the 20s and teens. Yeah, well, 100 years ago. Holy shit, unbelievable. All right, I just hoard myself out there and just setting it out there for the record. All right. Let's continue on with a new topic. And the new topic is, I have no more new topics. Davey Smalls, 1999 Super Chat. Thank you so much, Davey Smalls, for helping out Morty and the Morty's Diner channel. Thank you. Channel member, Davey Smalls. See, that money just goes to StreamYard. I don't even get it. I get it and I give it to StreamYard. So I can provide you people with tortuous content. Tortuous viewing. Right. Shit, my mic went off. Fuck. I don't know if it was just on. I remember years ago. Yeah, JT, I just saw the mic was off. Fuck. Was I able to say thank you to Davey Smalls? Was the mic working then? I hope it was. I expressed my sincere gratitude for the contribution. Thank you, Davey. What was a dime worth 100 years ago? Oh, don't make me calculate that. It's too difficult. Yeah, years ago when there was a story going on with O'Sheen and that other guy, the other Irish guy who's got that, quote, million sub channel. forgot his name. And there was $11,000 involved that O'Sheen owed Nico Leonard. And I never followed that guy's channel at all. Okay, I don't even know the details of that O'Sheen debt, that story. I didn't care about it. Yeah, so I remember I might have been on a panel at the same time with Bear Clooney before he hated me. And Bear Clooney said, I would spend, speaking for himself, he said, quote, I would spend $11,000 to get $11,000 back that's owed to me. He would like go across the world, travel the globe, spending $11,000 to get that fucker to pay him the $11,000 he's owed. Now, I kind of go along with that. I kind of agree with that, you know, because at some point it's not even about the money anymore. It's principle. It's right and wrong, and how about a super chat, Human Thumb Lux? Do you want me to go through, change the music? Unbelievable. I don't think I want to do that. You send a super chat and I'll change the music. Because I know you're not a real channel there. Yeah. Yeah. I'll change the music for a super chat. How's that? Yeah, Plonka, the Nico and O'Sheen thing. I listened to loads of streams about the drama. Still couldn't understand what actually happened. I don't know what happened. I wasn't paying attention to either of those people at the time, nor do I now. So I don't know what was going on. But O'Sheen owed $11,000 or some amount of money to this guy Nico, and I don't know anything about it. You know, look at OC, the original OC. This guy, he'll go to another country and get a rope and strangle the guy in front of his family to get his money back. Okay? Nicholas hasn't done that. Nicholas is way ahead in the morality department compared to original OC. Nicholas has never said, people who have lost 3 yacht masters like myself, we don't do this shit. We don't get our hands dirty doing this stuff ourselves. We hire people. We know people. And we hire people who will go and break legs to get the money back. That's what OC said. The clip is out there. In fact, those clips are on the on Crybaby Saggy Skin's channel. He's got videos with those clips. If you want to see verification of what I'm saying. So Nick didn't say he was going to hire people who lose 3 yacht masters. We know people who will do the leg breaking to get the money back. He never said that. Nick never said he was deadly serious. You know, maybe if Nick said, and I'm deadly serious about that 450, maybe he would have gotten the money back already. OC is a tough hombre. He forgot the H, but it's okay. Yeah. JT, OC is still traumatized from the time his channel was suspended. Oh, you mean like the 9/11 the World Trade Center going down, right? As he said, it was like 9/11. Unbelievable, yeah. Old Timey, hey Old Timey, I still remember that generous birthday gift you gave me last year. Thank you very much for your channel support. $1.99 super chat. Turn up the music just a little bit. Thank you, Old Timey. Will do. Move it from 12 to 18. And for Old Timey, put it at on 20. Thank you very much, Old Timey. Davey Smalls, channel member, would you rather have your legs broken by OC or your eyes or your eyes popped out by pasta? Well, OC doesn't do the leg breaking. He knows, he pays guys. When you're rich and famous like he is, he says you know people who will do the leg breaking. You hire the guys to do the leg breaking. But given a choice of having my legs broken or my eyes popped out, they're both pretty bad. Can I, how about a face blast? If I can wear a face mask and goggles, how about just a mean, nasty face blast? I'd rather have that. I wouldn't want any of them, but that would be less horrendous than any of those two choices, either of those two. Bradley, oh, there is more to that OC stream. Oh, there's much more to original OC, correct. No wrench. Morty got some cash. He should switch up the tracks. Okay, I think the audience is suffering. Okay. Rufus, I bet Watch Nicholas would like... What is this? I would bet Watch Nicholas would... Okay, I think what you're saying, Rufus, is I would bet Watch Nicholas would make light work of Watch Reporter. He looks 5'1". Well, Nick is what, 6'4", 6'5", 6'7"? And I don't know about Watch Reporter, but Nick has said he's like 6'5" or something like that. But Nick has a weak spot, you see, and if you're ever in a fight with Watch Nick, he has a weak spot. You could end the fight. If it's a physical brawl, it could be ended in a split second because he has a weak spot there, you see. Yeah, make light work of. Got it. Watch Reporter is Aussie met Watch Reporter. Watch Reporter is not tall. Well, what is tall? See? Besides, when you're talking money, you could be 5'0", but if you have millions of dollars, people don't make fun of you. They look up to you because you got money. Kind of, Gigad 1, Nicky's never thrown a punch in his life, baby. Well, I would say that you're correct, yeah. Besides, Bruce Lee was not a tall guy. He was kind of short. And you certainly didn't want to tangle with Bruce Lee or Jackie Chan, You know what I'm saying? So size is not the make or break factor in a physical fight, I had someone comment on an OC video about the choking, right, where he would choke Wizard to death in front of his family to get the money back, right, using a rope. He said, that is what people do in the real world. That's right, that's what he said. Yeah, in the real world of jail for violent threats and psychopaths. He could have been arrested for making that online threat about, I'm going to come up there and choke you to death in front of your family with a rope. That's a death threat. That's an arrestable offense. Yep. I could have easily prosecuted that case. And I could have defended that case, but I was kind of picky with my clients, so I would not have taken that case. Rufus wants Vindaloo music for $1.99 super chat. I don't know if it's Vindaloo music. It's Middle Eastern music, but okay, we'll say thank you for the super chat. And there we go. Thank you, Rufus. Nowadays, I don't know what the prices are, but I bet you can't even buy one little packet of Kool-Aid for $1.99. When I was a kid, I bet you a packet of Kool-Aid was a dime, maybe a nickel. Now they're probably like $2.99 each just for a packet. I wouldn't be surprised. Mac Lobster, channel member. OC reviewing a McDonald's burger has quite the opposite effect of being relevant as a common man. Money does not equal taste, and little money doesn't have to mean disgracing a sandwich. Let me get that again. OC reviewing the McDonald's burger has quite the opposite effect of being relevant as a common man. Money does not equal taste, and that's correct. And little money doesn't have to mean disgracing a sandwich. That's correct too. You're absolutely right. OC is pretending to be a foodie. Now, I did food content reviews. A restaurant, I did Golden Corral review. I did a Chick-fil-A review and a couple others, I think. Yeah, so, okay. Davey Smalls, channel member. Did you hear Narc say to Dis, I hope they annihilate the place? What place was he referring to, Davey Smalls? I don't communicate with Narc at all anymore. He revealed himself quite explicitly what he really thinks about things. Pavel, channel member. Morty, do you find it odd or just... That's it. Hold on, this is a tough word. Codensity. This is one of those Chicago words. Codenticical. Morty, do you find it odd or just codenticical that Jax's panel is comprised exclusively of unemployed middle-aged men? No, I never thought about it. Well, he's got Dr. Bob. I don't know if he's unemployed. Jax works, he said, so he's not unemployed. He has Jock shows up, doesn't he? Jock is employed. JB, he's a retired millionaire, so everyday multimillionaire, so I don't know. Here it is. You can get a Kool-Aid packet for 40 cents. Thank you, Rufus. I think you must have just looked that up. Fantastic. Okay. Breitling. Yes, OC could have and should have been arrested. OC, the self-proclaimed genius with the worst common sense. That video is still in the archives. Well, he can still be arrested for that video, for saying those things. Yeah. But I'm not involved in that at all, you know. But it's true, you know. Well, Archie, you know, when Archie threatened Tim Wright a long time ago, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm going to rip your fucking throat out. Same thing. But it's the YouTube watch community. You can say and do anything and nothing ever happens to you. If you're one of those people. Right. Yep, and so on, right. Jax calls mowing a couple lawns each summer working. Well, look, that's not a fair statement to make. We don't know anything about the hours and the work that Jax is doing, so that's not a nice comment. Right. Well, that's what, you know, the Master Blaster says, quote, I never apologize. Apologies mean nothing. Ah! Of course they mean nothing to him, because it's obvious.
Step right up! Step right up! Ladies and gentlemen, see the amazing chained convict! A spectacle of sadism! Watch as he enjoys humiliating everyone he comes into contact with to fill his emptiness one face blast at a time! A true exhibit of projection! Just $5 to be humiliated by a true carnival sideshow! Get splooged and join in the true sad wonder of those that enjoy sadistic entertainment!
Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right. Morty, Rufus, would you call this your part-time job? No, not at all. No. It's just some self-inflicted masochistic pain I do on a daily basis. It's not a job. Dirk, I think Jax also shovels snow. Not the kind. See, that's not funny. That's not funny. It's an insult. It's a put down. I don't get it. I mean, why? You know. Hey, crybaby saggy skin. Does deadly serious high IQ OC eat burgers with a knife and fork like de Blasio does with pizza? Now, is that true? I don't remember that. Did Mayor de Blasio, was he seen eating a pizza with a knife and fork? That guy was just a fucking disaster, piece of shit. Former mayor of New York, Democrat commie, piece of shit. Bill de Blasio. Man. That's worse. Eating a pizza with a knife and fork is worse than eating a Snickers bar with a knife and fork, like George. Is that really true, Crybaby? Was he seen eating a pizza with a knife and fork? And he considers himself a New Yorker? Unbelievable. I don't think Jax understands that his over-the-top angry reactions to people trolling him is exactly the reason the trolling continues. I don't think Jax understands that his over-the-top angry reactions to people trolling him is exactly the reason the trolling. Yeah, well, you got a point there. Rufus, Dirk, what is your one and done watch? Pavel, yeah, so what was that thing about Narc? Nobody answered my question there about Narc and Dis, but it's okay. Let's get back here. I don't know why anybody talks to Narc. These people should just be shunned. People who talk like that, they're all over the place on these channels. A lot of these people should be banned and just shunned. Banished. They should all be banished. But, those people, they don't care. They have absolutely zero conscience about anything. Conscience about anything. Yeah. Just how to steal money, that's about it. Unbelievable how Jax thinks injecting testosterone isn't taking steroids. Pavel, I don't know anything about steroids or testosterone. Testosterone is literally a steroid hormone. You want my opinion? It's between him and his doctor, so mind your own fucking business. But of course, people don't do that. But then again, if somebody's going to talk about it on the channels, then I guess people like JT can talk about it. Dirk Diggler, watches don't get me hard anymore, but probably a longer datograph. You have that much money, Dirk, for a longer datograph? Holy shit, you're rich. Rufus, Morty only finds... What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. Can you elaborate on that comment, Rufus? Freedom of speech, Morty, is not absolute, Gigawa. It's not an absolute. Crybaby! Yeah, effete elitist de Blasio wanted to appeal to the common man by eating pizza. Doing it with a knife and fork had unbelievable. I never saw that clip. Well, that's like fuckwad Gavin Newsom in Alabama, was it? Just a few days ago? Talking to an all-black audience at a church or something and talking about how he can't read. He got a 940 SAT. He can't read a speech. I'm just like you, he was saying. Talk about racist. Typical Democrat. They're the racist. I mean, they're the party of the KKK, party of the Southern plantation owners, party of slavery. It's all true. Party of Jim Crow. Dirk Diggler, hey, Morty, you taking over as Mama Bear from JB? No, not at all. No. Pavel, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with him taking steroids. I just don't like him lying about it. I don't even know about the steroid thing that you're talking about with Jax. I know he smokes. I know he uses those Zyn nicotine pouches, and he drinks the energy drinks. I don't know anything about the testosterone and steroids shit. Dirk, I don't have that money, but it's my one and done. I see. I get it. Okay. Right. Classy one. Okay. Not quite. He would be unacceptable as an American. Absolutely not to be allowed to happen. JT, at the rate Arch is selling off his watches to sustain his jet set lifestyle. How long before he's left with a one and done? You know, that's been going on for 16 years on his channel. Acquiring watches, complaining he has no money, then selling them. Then e-begging for more money, then buying more watches and selling them, buying more watches and selling them. The top 5, what's the one and done? That's the content theme for 16 years. And so on, you know. Stunad. Let me go back to your comment there. Morty only finds the Stunad humor funny. I don't know what that means. Is that Northern Jersey talk? A derogatory term for someone who lacks common sense or is out of tune with the world. It originates from Italian American immigrants and is often used when annoyed by someone's stupid decisions. All right, let's go back to the comment. Morty only finds Stunad. That's not true at all. Not true at all. Okay. He keeps a Zinn pouch next to his gum all day and then worries why his tooth rotted out. Why are you picking on him for that? You don't know there's a correlation between the Zinn pouch and the tooth problem. Jesus, Pavel. Unbelievable. Oh, Governor Hochul of New York said that black kids in the Bronx don't know what a computer is. That's absolutely correct. I saw that. You see, the Democrats, they're the ultimate and absolute racists in America. Gavin Newsom, Governor Hochul of New York. Just incredible. Absolutely incredible. Hillary Clinton, you know, she's on record of insulting Mexicans, calling them taco bowl eaters. That's how she referred to Mexicans. It's all true. It's all on tape. Dr. Jill Biden, when she was addressing an audience during the campaign in San Antonio, she was trying to connect with the Latino voters in San Antonio, and she talked about the glories of a breakfast burrito, and how she loved going to the corner. What did you call it? The corner. Not a mercado. What did she call it? But she fucked it up. Spanish word for like a corner market. Bodega. She called it a bogeda. How she loved to go to the corner bodega and get a breakfast burrito. This is true. These are all on YouTube. These are all real news clips. You know, incredible. Breitling, about 75% of ex-cons statistically re-offend within 5 years. That is the missing moral compass for accountability. That makes complete sense to me. They have no moral compass. They are accountable to no one because they're better than everybody else, as we've heard them say. Human thumb lux, right? Okay. Rufus, I finally figured out your accent. It's South Florida Tom Petty. You know, I was never a Tom Petty fan. I have nothing against the guy at all. I don't really care for him. I never followed his career at all, but the first time I ever heard Tom Petty, I thought, all this guy is doing is copying Roger McGuinn from the Byrds, if you know who that guy was, who was really a great musical artist. He's still around, Roger McGuinn. And he sings exactly like Roger McGuinn. And believe me or not, but I'm telling you the truth. And I know that they're pals and they recorded an album or something together, but yeah. Gavin brings the belief. Who's Gavin? Oh, Gavin Newsom brings the belief to life that good and evil exists. Right. You ever see how Gavin Newsom crosses his legs? Unbelievable. The guy is more feminine than Big Mike. Well, we know Big Mike, but yeah. But Big Mike doesn't. Big Mike and Mrs. Macron, they don't cross their legs. They just sit there like they're, Hulk Hogan, with their, both legs spread wide open and in a manly style of sitting down. Gavin Newsom crosses his legs like he's a 105-pound ballerina. Crybaby, even bad dude Corn Pop thought Joe Biden's breakfast taco comment was grossly offensive. Right. I thought it was breakfast burrito. Hillary Clinton referred to the Latino population as taco bowl eaters. Right. But this is all true. I'm not making this up. Just look it up. Gavin Newsom, absolutely correct. I'm going to pour another glass of water. While I'm pouring the water, it would be nice if the super chats were just flowing in. Well, there you go, Dirk. Was an acquaintance friend to his old drummer, Stan Lynch. I have no idea who that is. Dirk Diggler. Morty, who are you voting for on the California governor? Davey Smalls and I are both voting for Katie Porter. You gotta be kidding me. That woman is so disgusting. She's disgusting as a Homo sapien. She's disgusting, and she's vile and foul and vicious, and she will destroy California even more than Gavin Newsom has destroyed. You can't be serious. Well, that's what they say on the body cam videos. You can't be serious! And they break the window. Right? You can't do that, Dirk. You can't. You know who you should vote for is that guy with the... is he English or Australian? What's his name? He used to be on Fox News. What's his name? California governor race. Katie Porter is a vile lump of brainless puke. Disgusting. Okay, Xavier Becerra. Oh, that guy is corrupt as all fuck. He's a congressman. He used to be a congressman from Culver City, and then he served in Biden's Secretary of Health and Human Services, former AG of California. Absolutely corrupt as hell. Zoltan Istvan, founder of the Transhumanist Party, Libertarian candidate. Matt Mahan, mayor of San Jose. Katie Porter, disgusting piece of shit. Tom Steyer, founder of Farallon Capital and candidate for president. I don't know who that is. Eric Swalwell, holy shit, the guy who was fucking the Chinese spy. Eric Swalwell, California congressman, candidate for president in 2020. This is the guy who I saw in an interview with what's his name, Tucker Carlson. And Tucker said to him, why am I not allowed to have a 15-round pistol, like a Glock or a Beretta? Why do you want to take those away from me, but your bodyguards can have those? You know, your protective detail, they can carry Glocks and Berettas with, 15 or 17 rounds in the magazine, but I have to carry 10 rounds or less, me and my wife. Is your life more important than mine? And Swalwell, this clip is on YouTube, but he said, you got to be joking. You're not kidding, are you? You're kidding, right? He goes, no, I'm absolutely serious. He goes, you've got to be kidding. I said, no, I'm absolutely serious. He goes, well, I'm not even going to talk about this. That's what a scumbag piece of shit Eric Swalwell is. Tony Thurman, California State Superintendent of Public Instruction. Well, the California education system is third world destroyed, so he's out. Antonio Villagrosa, former mayor of LA. I lived in LA during his term. What a piece of incompetent fucking shit slime Democrat piece of garbage. He was a photo op. Every time there was a fire, a car crash, a building going up, he was always there for the photo ops. That's all he ever did, was appear for the photo ops. Betty Yee, California Democrat Party Vice Chair. She's out. Oh, Republicans. Those are the Democrats. Che-an, a Korean guy who's a pastor. Chad Bianco, Riverside County Sheriff and Coroner. Steve Hilton, that's the guy, political commentator, former advisor to UK Prime Minister David Cameron. He seems reasonably okay. The other people don't stand a chance. Oh, there's no strong Republican. Damn. Unbelievable. Oh, the Democrats are going to win that. They're all fucking scum incompetent destroyers of California. All of them. Unbelievable. Let's get back to the show. All right. There's not one decent, strong Republican that they could have put up in California to throw the Democrats out. Unbelievable. Crybaby. Newsom is manly in the same way that Justin Trudeau is. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. McLobster, saying nothing happens to you isn't exactly correct. There are karmic face blasts that will need reckoning. That is true. Pavel. Let me read this first, all right? Jesus. That Jack's idea for an upscale VIP-style laundromat this week was gold. He somehow doesn't realize that everyone above the poverty line and many below have in-home laundry machines. Well, that's absolutely not true, Pavel. In Los Angeles, many people who have a really good job and a very luxurious BMW 3 bullshit, they go to laundromats. I know that. They spend all their money on their BMW or their Mercedes or Porsche. They work, the young women, the young Korean women in particular, they work as prostitutes, call girls late at night till 3, 4 in the morning. They make a shitload of money, and all of that goes into appearance. Their beauty budget, their car payments. When you go to their apartment, they have no furniture at all. And they go to a coin laundry many times. There are laundromats with beer and good music out there. Good idea. Oh, now you're going to vote for Eric Swalwell. Oh, my God. Right. They're not all corrupt. And then again, there are levels of corruption. Okay? I mean, you could say, well, that's not true. Corrupt is corrupt. But there are levels of corruption, like levels of theft, levels of murder, levels of robbery and, assault and battery, and there's levels, baby. There are levels. Davy Smalls is voting for Mahan. Okay. Mahan. Crybaby. If you don't vote for Porter, she'll dump steaming hot mashed potatoes on your head. Oh, yeah, that story came up months ago. She's such a vile fucking bitch. The story came out that she was having an argument at home with her husband and in the kitchen, and she took a saucepan of steaming hot, or an oven pan, baking pan of steaming hot mashed potatoes and poured them over her husband's head, causing him severe pain and injury. That's what the kind of fucking cunt she is. People in California are going to vote for her anyway. Unbelievable. Aussie Expat, my life is more important than the president. I will defend it with everything I've got. Well, the thing about elected officials is there's a replacement ready to go immediately, on standby. Lieutenant governor, vice president, deputy mayor, and on down the food chain. So they all have an immediate replacement. I'm not saying it's okay, therefore, to, hope for the death or of the primary person, but in general, considering the state of politicians, except for Trump, my life, or Aussie's life in his view, are way more important, even as useless as my life is, than any of these corrupt asshole politicians. That's absolutely true. I agree with that. McLobster, I'd like to see Rand Paul for president. Morty, does Obama eat his corn the long way? You got that right, baby. Absolutely. And he's sucking off every kernel. You can guarantee that. Rufus, Tulsi Gabbard is most likely asset and a known sympathizer. To who? To what, Rufus? An asset and known sympathizer to who or what? To whom or what? Mahan actually improved San Jose. Well, he's a Democrat, so I don't know about that, but yeah. Is that how, like, Kamala Harris improved Oakland? You know? Oh, Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian asset. I see. Okay, keep drinking the Kool-Aid. Very good. Yeah, I agree. Right. Jackson County, Ohio has a big pay difference from Los Angeles. Well, of course. Right. Oh, look at this. Hey, hello, Jax. Does it, Turkey, LOL, obsess much? Honey. Unbelievable. Yeah, you can't compare rural Ohio to Los Angeles. Can't compare it at all. Imagine mixing your clothes with the hill people like Jax. Yeah, what was that about hill people? I heard something about hill people. Are we talking West Virginia or North Carolina? What is hill people? Wow. Breitling, if fraud and inside information profits were stopped tomorrow for politicians, wonder if there would be a decline of people running for office. Well, the ultra-wealthy would be able to run, which would include Trump, because they're not dependent on their salary or grifting and grafting and bribery, you know. But you don't want, who was that fuckwad from New York who was the former mayor, the billionaire? Bloomberg. You would get scum like that who don't need the campaign contributions, and they don't need to be bribed because they're mega billionaire. But yeah, cost of living a lot cheaper. That's correct. Pavel, you're acting in a very insulting manner. It's not funny. Thomas Massive over Paul. Oh, Thomas Massey over Paul. Dirk, Morty, I can see you marrying Katie Porter and being the first man of California. That woman is just disgusting, revolting, vile, and vicious, and stupid. Yeah, Gavin's going to run for president in 2028, and his record of accomplishment is destroying California. There you have it. Aaron, Morty, here's the thing. If Gordon Ramsay puts me on the list at Hell's Kitchen in Foxwoods Resort, Connecticut, I might become the next master chef. Yep, maybe. They do, Gildan, and they're looking at you. Oh, the hills, right. Hey, honey. No wrench. We need to get more gossip so Jax can do the notes. Ah, well, okay. Hey, 41 people watching. Thank you all very much. Let's encourage everyone to please give the channel, please consider giving the channel a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And let's refresh that YouTube page. 41 views and 11 thumbs up. Oh, I'm just so despondent. Oh. So these backwoods Ohio hillbillies aren't going to pay for a VIP laundry service. I don't know if he's catering to the hillbilly people in Ohio who rarely go to the coin laundry, if at all. No notes in Fucktown, baby. Dirk, there are those who wish to fold laundry. Yeah, we know who those people are. Yeah, they'll gladly fold your laundry in exchange for some sausage. I think I know what you mean. Maybe. Rufus, that would make a great t-shirt, Jack's merchandise store, baby. What would the t-shirt say? I don't fold laundry, honey. Or fold my laundry, honey. I don't know. If I was going, Dirk, if I were going to start a business in Jackson County, Ohio, probably a liquor store. I would think a liquor store, a gun store, a convenience store, gas station, you know. Pavel. Pavel. Jesus, incredible. New Jack City. Sorry, Dirk, you already got one. It's called Handy Mart. Right. Aaron, that's correct. Clinton explaining the hot club pick. Yeah, I didn't read about his testimony in the congressional committee, but he can explain all he wants. It's all lies. All the Clintons do is just lie and make up shit. They remind me of some YouTubers out there. You know, total psychopaths, sociopaths, pathological liars. That's all they are. Aaron, Gordon Ramsay is very mean-spirited. How is your Beurre Blanc? Beurre Blanc. Crybaby, isn't it funny that it's not a big story that Democrat Congresswoman Phyllis McCormick was indicted for stealing $5 million in FEMA funds? I don't know that story. I saw a story on some thumbnail, some guy in a small town in the country somewhere. He's a convicted sex offender and he's running for city council or mayor of some small city somewhere. Maybe Fresno or I don't remember where, but yeah, it doesn't matter. You know. Rufus, well, Dirk, hillbillies are the ones most likely not to have a washer and dryer. Right. Oh, the t-shirt. No notes in Fucktown, honey. Yeah, okay. Bill looked shaken, but Hillary is the most evil female in American history. And one of the most vile, evil politicians in American history. No question about it. Enemy of the country, enemy of the people. Vile, vicious, pathological liar, a sociopath. Probably a psychopath. You know. With a bit of lesbian flavor to her, because she has lesbian stories in her background that, you know, they're always covering up. Pavel, Luli from Sanyo, self-deported after meeting Jackson Field. Mega Value, which California refinery will be the next one to cease operations? Exactly. Breitling, laundromats, gas stations, car washes, all a headache business because of the environmental regulations. Not so simple. Oh, really? Yeah, right. I would, man, I wish I was on that panel. I would fucking ream her out in public. I would just demolish her. She thinks she's tough. She doesn't know what fucking tough is. I would absolutely rip her to pieces on the witness stand. She can claim the fifth all she wants. I would break her, I'll tell you. All right, okay, we're caught up and got 40 viewers and no guests joining the panel. Well, you know, what can we do? Not much, I guess. Well, I think it's time for a little break. I need to stand up and get some circulation in my lower extremities here. So I think we'll just take a quick break. Everybody can stand up and choke your chicken for a little bit.
What exactly is projection in psychology terms? Projection is a subconscious defense mechanism in psychology where an individual attributes their own unacceptable thoughts, feelings, motives, or traits onto another person. Instead of acknowledging their own uncomfortable emotions, such as anger or insecurity, the person projects them outward, accusing others of feeling or acting that way. Only truly sick and fucked up, demented people use projection, simply because they do not want others to know about their demented thoughts, so they consistently project them onto others. Demented degenerates often use projection because they are ashamed of their own feelings, or they have a deep, sick and twisted mind they try to hide. The problem with people that project often is it really hides nothing. It just shows their true feelings of what they want and how they want it.
Whoa! Oh, unbelievable. Holy shit. But true. Right. Okay, let's continue on with the comments here. What woman could have put up with the sexual escapades of this man? You mean Bill? Unbelievable. You know, if you listen to Dan Bongino, who I've lost respect for because he resigned, he was so happy to be appointed assistant director of the FBI, and then he quit. Went back to TV. What a fuckwad. He was in the number 2 position in the FBI to really make changes, and he left. Fucker. He tells stories along with other Secret Service agents who were on the Hillary Clinton protective detail. What an absolute evil, vile witch she was. And she herself was regularly bouncing around with sexual liaisons when she was traveling with not only men, but more so women. Absolutely true. Just look at the pictures of her back at Wesleyan University with her girlfriends, lesbian girlfriends. It's all true. Okay. Breitling, when you look up evil bitch in Merriam-Webster dictionary, there is a whole chapter devoted to Hillary. Should be a whole book. Well, there are books, yeah. Crybaby, maybe Hillary Clinton is the way she is because she has PTSD from being shot at by a sniper in Bosnia. Another pathological lie caught in the act, right? She was never shot by a sniper on the runway in Bosnia. Just totally fabricated, made up, delusional, vile shit. That's all these people do. They're pathological liars and psychopaths. McCloster, the only money shot she's taken in years, Bill has splooged everywhere but in her direction. Absolutely true. They have not been together romantically in decades. No question about it. And Slurms McKenzie. Hey, man. Hey, Morty, don't let me tell you what to do, but please don't stop your stream when that guy's stream begins. I need to collect some important information about the numbers. Well, I'll end the show when I end the show. I don't know. I mean, if there's big support, I'll keep it going, Slurms, but I can only go on YouTube for so long before I want to jump out the window, you know? So we'll see how it goes. The clip does accurately show Unk's inability to distinguish between your and your. Listen, I've noticed, I've talked to the creative team about the grammatical typo errors, and I figured for this audience, you know, it doesn't matter. So it's okay. Crybaby Saggy Skin. Hilaria von Pantsuit cares more about her scissor sister, Huma Abedin, infinitely more than she ever did about Slick Willie. I agree with you completely on that. And talk about a national security risk was having Huma Abedin as her first assistant when she was Secretary of State. Absolutely unbelievable. Huma Abedin, who was married to that degenerate pervert congressman from New York who was sexting young women. What was his name? I forgot his name. Another degenerate Democrat. Mega Value. When robots replace DoorDash, will the robots demand tips? Very good question. Very good question. Right. All right. Unbelievable. Wow. Yeah, Dan Bongino. I would love to get him on the witness stand and grill that fucker. Why did you leave the FBI? Millions of people, tens of millions of people were for you. Why did you abandon ship? Oh man, I'd break him.
Even the truly majorly insane have moments of clarity. It is not often, but sometimes they can get it right when they truly know the truth, and it is outwardly communicated outside of the fantasy land in which they live. This is the demented and deranged. A moment of clarity.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole. I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah. It's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah, it's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
He is a nice guy. Even the crazies know he is a nice guy. A sane guy. That Morty, he is a nice guy. The asylum knows that Morty is a nice guy.
Yeah, it's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole.
The demented, the deranged, no Morty is a nice guy.
Yeah, it's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole. I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah, it's a good point.
I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah, that Morty. Oh, he's a nice guy. Nice guy. The demented, the deranged, no more. There is a nice guy. even the crazies know. Nice guy. Nice guy.
Nice guy, Morty. Absolutely correct. I mean, the hater said it himself. Well, the haters, they said it themselves. No question about it. Let's get some music back on. And I've got some news here. It's pretty phenomenal. Let me, yeah, hey, I just picked up my phone to look at whatever news is happening. U.S. airstrikes obliterate Iran military sites. That's on one channel. And then on another YouTube page, 2C TV, which everyone should take a look at, which I mentioned yesterday. TOUSI. 2C TV. I watched that channel recently. It's been IRGC defeated in Tehran. Parliament flattened. Saudi Arabia deploys forces to fight the Iran Revolutionary Guard. You ever think you'd see the day where Saudi Arabia would be fighting alongside Israel's military forces and American forces? You know why that's happening? President Donald J. Trump. Only he could get Saudis fighting alongside the Israelis. You know, in Saudi Arabia, in textbooks and school, globes and maps, they don't show Israel on the map. They don't even recognize it, that it exists. I've known many Saudis, and that it doesn't matter. It doesn't exist. There's no mention of Israel in their entire, education system. You buy a map, it's not on the map. You buy a little, plastic globe for your child, there's no Israel on it. But here they are now fighting alongside this country which they refuse to recognize that it exists. Unbelievable. Iran is being pummeled to death right now. Fantastic. Just phenomenal, great news. One of the most brilliantly coordinated military campaigns in all of world history. Going back to the Spartans, the Greeks, Alexander, all the way fucking back, it's brilliant. Fucking A. All right. Let's catch up with the comments. Oh, Wiener, that's the guy, the congressman who was married to Huma Abedin. I forgot the name. Yeah, so Hillary Clinton's, sexual partner, From Wiener to Soros, she knows how to pick. Breitling, good question. I think the robots will indeed want tips. Will DoorDash robots demand tips? I bet you they would, yeah. Anthony Weiner, that's the pervert degenerate, right? That guy, after all the scandal came out with his laptop was seized by the FBI. It contained the most degenerate, vile, classified information, and it was devastating, and it was never released to the public. None of that information. He had the goods on everybody in that computer. Totally sealed up, never discussed. Unbelievable. Slurms McKenzie, mental fucking illness. Mental fucking illness. What a voice. It's the worst sounding, most unlistenable voice I've ever heard in my entire life. Unlistenable. Oh, Jesus. Possession. He's possessed. Okay. Even C-3PO wanted oil. Right. We'll be tipping with lubricants. Right, okay. Crybaby, Morty is a Nice Guy is actually a very catchy song. It's a great song. The village's lube strategic reserves will skyrocket in value. Can you imagine how much lube they're selling over at the villages? At the drugstore there? Must be. Or at the Walmart, yeah. I did a show about lube, and I actually asked, does anybody ever who would buy Walmart brand of lube? Because they probably have it. In fact, they did. I showed a picture of it. And I think Aussie Expat said he had experienced with Walmart brand lube. I don't remember. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but if anyone's going to know, Aussie, I think, would know. Okay. Stop repeating propaganda. If they're defeated, why does it have to continue for 5 weeks more? Well, duh. It's a big country. Duh. And there's a lot of enemy people to be dealt with. Duh. You know, when the United States dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima, the Japanese didn't surrender. They still wouldn't surrender. Their city was vaporized. And they still wouldn't surrender. You know, it had to be done a second time. And then they still were wondering, well, should we give up? You don't understand what it's like to deal with with an enemy situation. Right. Okay. There are two things that bring people together, and Trump understands what it is: money and safety. Not donuts. I thought it was donuts and Rolex brings people together. Well, I guess that too. Yeah, Great Value. That's their brand. Great Value, Walmart. Great Value product lineup. Yeah. Poway, Morty, I still can't believe you're black. Believe it, baby. Davy Smalls, I'm just trying to be fair and balanced. All right. Hey, Boris. Is anyone surprised it was a female pilot that went down? Are you talking about Bill Clinton? Or was there a crash? What are you talking about, Boris? Hey, Boris, I was watching I was doing some Wikipedia reading about some plant. What the hell was this plant? I thought, boy, when I was reading it and I got into the scientific aspect of the article, which I don't have the education to read that stuff, you know, I thought, boy, moments like this, I wish I were a PhD botanist because I could really read the details here. What was I reading about? What the hell plant was it? I can't remember. Yeah. No conflict was won without troops on the ground. The future of this will be interesting. Like Patton said, and Trump is doing, we're going to go through the enemy like shit through a goose. We're not just going to kill them. We're going to stomp their ever-loving, we're going to rip out their guts and stomp on their fucking, we're going to lube our tank treads with their fucking guts. Whatever that speech was. Crybaby, targeting only the top leaders and military targets won't lead to regime change. Well, the work is not even halfway done yet. I mean, there's a lot to be done, but it's all part of the first step. This whole story is only 4 days old. Am I right? 4 days? Can you believe what's been done in 4 days? I think I saw a story that our military just sank an Iranian aircraft carrier. I'd have to look that up. I mean, their entire military just being wiped out. It doesn't just take 1 day. Let's see what that story was. U.S. says it struck Iranian naval drone carrier during the opening. Let's see. It was a drone carrying Shahid Baghieri. I don't know what that is. I have to read. New York Post has footage. U.S. military blasts Iranian warship in new video. Oh, what a video. Holy fuck. Says regime has 0 left in the Gulf of Oman. What a video this is. Holy shit. On the New York Post page. American weaponry strikes Iranian warships, reducing Iranian fleet from 11 to 0 in the Gulf of Oman. What a wipeout. Wow. Oh, here's another story on the New York Post. Russian mogul who called Ghislaine Maxwell his, quote, soulmate is found dead in his luxury Moscow pad. Next story. Iranians are doing the Trump dance to thank him for taking out Ayatollah Khamenei. And here's a fucking sexy Iranian woman in hot pants dancing the Trump style dance. Holy shit. Wow. I got to save this page for later. Incredible stuff. All right, let's continue on. Mac Lobster has Docs climb down into his bomb shelter pod. Wonder what provisions he has in there. Doc's bomb shelter, what does he have in there? He's probably got 20 flashlights with batteries, of course. Some of his folding knife collection. Some weapons, no question. He's got some of his weaponry in the bomb shelter, and a lot of Walmart packaged heat and eat foods ready to go. And coffee. He's got his coffee maker there. He's got a bag of Wawa. He's got a 1-pound bag of Wawa ground coffee and his coffee maker, and he's ready. He's set for the duration. Slurms. Do you possess the mental fortitude to stand by Morty when that other stream commences? This shall be the ultimate test of your character. I think Slurms is talking to the viewers here. Ultimate test of character on these channels? Are you kidding, Slurms? I mean, some people here have a demonstrably high character. Our Marine friend, Pasta, okay, former Marine friend, you know. And Breitling, of course, you know. Boris, the botanist, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. He loves that other channel, you know. Mega Value, stand-up guy. You know, well, you know, there's a mixed bag here. You know. Kuwaiti, right. Kuwaiti Air Defenses mistakenly shot down 3 U.S. F-15E Strike Eagle jet, which a finale pilot, which a female pilot safely ejected. I almost, you know, that reminded me of Christmas Story, where Darren McGavin got the gift of the leg lamp, and when the package was delivered to his house, he read the package, Fragile. Oh no, it must be Italian. It was a special award. Yeah. Kuwaiti Air Defenses mistakenly shot down 3 U.S. jets, which a female pilot safely ejected. All right, well, that's called war, you know. Pasta, LOL, don't forget Morty, Patton was on the ground. Well, that's correct. Well, what do you want Trump to do? You want him to fly to Iran and conduct the battle? I mean, president of a nation doesn't do that, okay? But absolutely, it's the same thing, you know. All right. I mean, they're both on the same wavelength, is my point. We should declare victory and head home. Well, no, you can't do that because the job's not done. A lot more people to unalive there who were the enemy. Crybaby. They are going to focus, and you see, Trump said in his address a couple days ago, he said, attention to all Iranians of the Islamic regime, lay down your firearms and surrender yourself. You will be given immunity. Otherwise, you don't want to know what's going to be fucking happening. You'll be dead. And they didn't take his suggestion. They're still fighting. So he gave them a way out. So it's all on their head now. All right. Crybaby Saggy Skin. They are going to focus on political and domestic police targets to help facilitate regime change. In addition to missile production facilities and stockpiles. That's why it'll take 4 to 5 weeks. Absolutely correct, right? Plus, they have to strike all the yogurt shops. A lot of yogurt shops in Iran. Iranians really are into yogurt. I went to an Iranian restaurant in Westwood in LA. As I mentioned, a huge Iranian population there and a lot of Iranian restaurants. I went to them a few times with some friends. And some of the food I really didn't enjoy. They were yogurt-based things. And one guy ordered something. Now, I don't remember the name of the thing, but one guy ordered some yogurt drink. It was like a glass of a liquidy yogurt with dill in it. And he said, oh, this is so good. You want to try some? And I almost spit it. I didn't spit it out, but I wanted to spit it out. And he called it something like gukh. obviously I don't speak the Iranian language, but he said, "Oh, this is a gukh," and it was like a glass of liquidy yogurt with dill sprinkled in it, which does not sound revolting, but it was brutal. I only took a sip and that was it. If there are any Iranians watching this show, maybe you know that yogurt dill thing I'm talking about, but maybe not. Ghislaine is pronounced gill, like a fish, then ain. Ghislaine, really? I don't know about that. These timelines are always bullshit. War is messy. That's right. I've watched enough war movies to know that. Pavel, we'll lose Rufus, but that's arguably a positive. Well, Rufus, our friend Rufus, he really likes the other channel there, that other channel. What can I say? It's up to him. McLobster, channel member, if this goes anything like our other recent conflicts, it's going to be years. No, we have Trump. You people don't get it. We didn't have weaselly, wavering, indecisive, machine-controlled politicians. Leaders then. We have Trump. People just never, they don't see it. They just don't get it. Okay. Boris, I enjoy many of the YouTube pissballs. I try to be fair and balanced, listen to all, including slurms. Well, okay, fair enough. Very good, okay. Crybaby, Obama's airstrikes led to regime change in Libya. No boots on the ground, says Crybaby. Well, it also led to the Benghazi disaster and the sodomizing, torture, death of the U.S. ambassador, who was appointed and a friend of Hillary Clinton, and she did absolutely nothing. What a disgraceful episode in our country's history. Obama and Hillary did absolutely nothing. They want us to believe that they could not have immediately flown in fighter jets from wherever the nearest, they said Italy was the nearest base. They could not have given the go code to fighter jets in Italy, let's say, who would have been there in an hour or two, whatever it was, 3 hours. And while those people were machine gunning and running around and destroying the embassy, they could not have strafed, I would have ordered them, strafe the people there by the embassy. Just give them a run through and set off the machine guns. If nobody leaves, just blast them all out. Protect the embassy and the people there. That's simple, but weakling pussies like Barry and Hillary, they don't do any of that stuff. They're deceitful, despicable, spineless scum. McLobster, prediction. It turns into a complete mess, civil conflict, and we'll bail out after the implosion. No, you're thinking of Biden and Obama as the president, as leaders. No. Davy Smalls, you could be correct, McLobster. That's the betting favorite on the outcome. I wonder if Tommy is listening. Tommy, who knows all about all these things. He's, he's probably taking notes. Tommy's probably taking notes about my analyses of these things, Oh, unbelievable. Yeah, incredible. Poway, they shot down the plane but left the female pilot alive. The thinking behind it was USA equality will give the woman another plane, and Iran will strike that down too. I don't know that story, so I don't know. Rufus is here to ruffle your feathers. I understand that. Breitling, Trump understands the impact of saying he will do something and actually doing it. When it comes to hostile areas, it sets a precedent. Absolutely correct. That sounded Klingon. Yeah, Klingons know how to do a battle, Pasta, McLobster, I'm afraid that is the track record. I know you'll miss me terribly. I know you'll all miss me terribly. Right. Yes, okay. Very good. Hey, we're still holding strong at 36 viewers. There's Barry gulping down a big one, like he does. Yep, that's his history, believe it or not. Yep. Absolutely true. Boris Palway, your appearance last night was epic. You need to do panel appearances more often. What does that mean? I didn't watch any of the shows. Did I watch any shows? I certainly didn't watch any of those shows last night, so I don't know about that appearance. Dirk Diggler, who's voting for Katie Porter. 3 jets shot down by, quote, friendly fire. Another $99 million we'll have to pay for. Well, listen, Dirk, would you rather eliminate Iran, whose goal is destruction of the United States and Israel? Would you rather they nuke Los Angeles? Or would you rather pay for lose 3 fighter jets? Your choice. Your choice. If they nuked out Los Angeles, that means they're taking out Paquito Mas, the best, Mexican place in Los Angeles, restaurant chain, no question about it. They're taking out the beaches, all the hookers on Figueroa Street. They're taking them out. The deranged Democrat mayor and city council of Los Angeles, they'll be gone. They would be gone. Oh, all the dope dealers and pimps, gangbangers, they'd all be vaporized. Man, the rebuilding industry for the drywall tradespeople to rebuild Los Angeles after that would be unbelievable. The drywalls there wouldn't be enough drywall companies to rebuild the city. And think of all the cotton candy vape stores. They'd be blown up too. They'd all be vaporized. All those dope fiends in Los Angeles and cannabis addicts, where are they going to get their candy cotton vapes once the cities were destroyed by the Iranian missiles? See, there's a lot to this that you don't realize, Dirk. It's absolutely correct. Now he's destroying all the military bases. Anything that they were rebuilding nuke area-wise, they're just wiping it out completely. Fantastic. Operation Parking Lot is what they could have called it. Dirk, hey man, can you email me some of... I don't know what that means. Right. Dirk is a real diehard Democrat, Californian there. California Democrat, Gavin Newsom all the way, right? Palway, Bora, I think that's all. Right, okay. What does that mean? Okay. Rufus, I'll put it simply. I used to hang out with the nerds and the cool kids and the jocks. For you 80s kids, I go where I want. Is that a song? I go where I want. Is that a Duran Duran song or something like that? Let's take the Thompson Twins or some 80s crap like that. Is that a song? I don't know. Okay. Dirk, I have all the LA drywall contracts on lockdown. Way to go, man. Way to go. Palway, Morty, does drywall supply and distribution in a war event keep you awake at night? No, honestly, I've never had any drywall dreams or thoughts. I don't know anything about the drywall process or the drywall business. I don't even know what drywall is. I mean, I don't know what it's made of or where to buy it or how to use it or anything. I leave it to the professionals. Pasta, the Battle of Los Angeles, Rage Against the Machine. Great. Oh, it was a song. Okay. There's a movie I saw on YouTube, which I really enjoyed. It was a stupid sci-fi movie. And I think it was called The Battle of Los Angeles. It was really, I don't want to say really good, but I really liked it. Let me see if I can find it real fast. Let's see. It was about aliens landing in Los Angeles, and the Marines that were there to fight them. The Battle of Los Angeles movie was. Let me see. Yeah, here it is. It's called Battle Los Angeles. Just Google Battle Los Angeles. It's from 2011. I mean, really, really. I mean, it's good. Battle Los Angeles. 2011. Check it out. I don't either, Mort. What don't you do? Oh, drywall? Okay. Morty, were you a big Huey Lewis and the News fan? No, I never liked the music at all. I didn't like the singer's voice. I didn't care for the music at all. And they only had the big hit from Back to the Future, maybe one other big hit. But no. It's made of gypsum. Drywall is inert. You can just crumble it into your garden. Wow. Hello to the lurkers and the haters who are watching the show. Yeah, you're always welcome to hang out and fold our laundry. That's okay. Drywall is hard work, but also an art. Ask Pasta. McLobster, I was on an airplane once with Huey Lewis. He was wearing an electric blue suit. It was pretty badass. Was he in the coach section or first class? Did he complain to the flight attendants? This coffee is cold. Was he one of those guys? Wow. All right, you know what it feels like right now? It's it's about 5:45 about. I've been here for 2 hours and 45 minutes. I feel like a $20,000 wire transfer. Any EDMMMs out there want to help me out with a $20,000 wire transfer? Or how about a slew of $500 super chats? That would be pretty great. The Power of Love, yeah. I mean, the song was okay for the movie. It was a good fit, but zero interest in the group. Yeah. Pavel, level 5 finished drywall is an art form. I know nothing about it at all. I don't even know what this means. Tape tech bazooka. I have no idea what that means. Davies is broke. Well, Davey helped out in the show earlier, so fantastic. Who will the next presidential candidates be? For the Republicans, J.D. Vance, probably Rubio. On the Democrats, it's going to be Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom. Unbelievable. You couldn't find two more unqualified people. If you searched the hills of Ohio, you couldn't come up with two less qualified people to be president. AOC is hinting that she wants to run for president. I mean, it's a collection of total fuckwits. J.D. Vance, good choice. Rubio's demonstrated himself to be pretty good. You know, he's decades away from his days of dancing at the gay bathhouses in Miami. This is absolutely true. Alex Jones showed pictures of all that. Videos, in fact. He was a shirtless dancer at the gay clubs in Florida, way back when. But he's come a long way, so Rubio might not be that bad. And who else we don't know? I saw Trump saying he'd like to float out the name of Ted Cruz for the Supreme Court. I think that would be great. That would be fantastic. Ted Cruz has put in, 3 terms as senator, so I think that would be fantastic for him to get on the Supreme Court. Well, since you're not voting for either of them, that's okay. But Vance, I think, would carry on well, and I think Rubio needs more training, but more experience, but he could be all right. Yeah. I like Rubio Dumbo ears, but out of the lot of them, I would sleep well with Rubio. Really? That's very interesting. Wow. I would certainly have picked Vance over Rubio. I mean, the guy was a Marine officer and thoroughly decent guy, and Yale Law School, but I mean, like the Clintons, but he's not a fuckwad like the Clintons, you know. Brilliant fucking guy, unbelievable debater, incredible, and I could see him dealing with foreign dictators and foreign governments. And I guess Rubio is building up all that experience now as Secretary of State. So I think a Vance-Rubio ticket could be the way. We'll see how it develops. But at this point, it seems like that would be the ticket. Vance-Rubio, you know. But they would both run, but Rubio would settle for VP. And then there's the governor of Florida. What's his name? You know, that guy. He might put his hat in the ring. He did it in the last election, which was really bad. He should have waited, but yeah, Vance, Rubio, and the governor of Florida. What the hell is his name? Ron DeSantis, right. He might run. He would be pretty decent. He would be good too. Rufus, I'd put money on the fact that Morty has never done any kind of hard labor work. Who would take that bet? Well, the thing about bets on my channel is the experience I have with people placing bets on my channel, like, you know, that guy, they don't pay off. They weasel out of the bets. So I don't want to do any betting on this channel because my experience is they weasel out of the bets, come up with excuses and crybaby excuses. And they don't pay. They don't pay off their bet that they lost. Okay, the question, have I done any kind of hard labor work? All right, well, I used to mow the lawn as a kid. What else? Hard labor. I never worked on a construction site. I never drove a forklift or a cement truck. I never did house construction. I never dug ditches, plumbing, you know. He certainly never tiled the driveway. No, I never did that. Yeah, okay, Davey, right. Get a woman on the ticket. Not a bad idea. Remember when people were talking about Michelle Obama might run in 2024? Can you have believed that if Big Mike ran for president? Jeez, incredible. So she came out and officially made a statement she's not running for president in 2024. So unbelievable. That would have been Obama's fourth term. I helped redo a bathroom, but the guy helping was okay. Breitling, when someone just makes it up, they don't honor anything, and particularly bets. Well, you're absolutely right, Breitling. You're absolutely right. Just make it up, right? Ah! Palway, did you see Newsom's interview where he said he's like black people because he had a low test score? The SAT is a college entrance test. I saw that. He was patronizing his black viewers, his black audience members there. Maybe it was a church or a town hall meeting. He says, I can't read a speech. I don't know how to read a speech. I'm just like you people. I don't know how to read a speech. I can't do that. I mean, I'm just like you. I got a 960 SAT. Even George Costanza got above a 960. You know. Incredible. I'm thinking, have I ever done hard physical labor work? My hands are as soft as, I mean, there's no calluses. Baby soft. A hard physical labor. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the answer is no. I've never done hard physical labor. Besides mowing the lawn and gardening stuff, you know. Maybe. Yeah. And what else? Yeah, I don't know. I don't recall anything. Maybe I did, but I don't recall. Maybe the experience was so painful I can't remember. My mind is blocking it out. Yeah. Mega Value. Christy Nome is enduring a lot of abuse and she hasn't capitulated. Yeah, she's doing a great job. Great job. And she looks great. I really like the Congresswoman from Florida, Representative Luna. What a sexy, beautiful Latina woman. And she is so right on all the issues. A real Trump supporter. You know, fantastic. Hey, we have a guest backstage. Let me just catch up on the comments. The U.S. recently offered free nuclear fuel for a civilian nuclear program to Iran in exchange for giving up enrichment. That Iran didn't take the deal is revealing as to their true long-term intentions. Correct. Dirt and grime in my fingernails. I don't remember ever having that, except, you know, gardening type work. Dirk, I worked on a ranch in Wyoming when I was a kid for summer. That was the hardest work I must have done some physical hard labor at some point, but I can't remember it. All right, let's bring on a guest. This is, let me lower that music. I'll move it down a bit. There we go. And Rufus, I worked as a cinder block mason. I couldn't. You know what would be awful? Would be roofing. Installing roofs. Holy shit, would that be a hard job? I don't think I could do that. There's no way I would call in sick. I couldn't do it. And, right. Okay, let's bring on a guest. Hello. Welcome.
Hello, Morty. How are you?
Hey, it's the real Green Room. How's it going?
Yeah, it's been a little while.
Yeah, a little while for what?
Well, since the last time I was on your show.
Ah, right. Let me change the picture there. We don't want Obama, filleting that hot dog there. There we go.
And where exactly did those hot dogs, the $30,000 worth of hot dogs, go to? I don't know if you know the story I'm referring to.
No, I don't. What's the story on that?
Well, my understanding is that there was some absolutely incredible amount of expense spent on what was so-called hot dogs at one of the Democrat functions.
Ah.
Maybe you remember it. Maybe you don't.
You mean like the pizza and hot dogs and all that? Or are you talking about hot dogs as hot dogs?
I'm talking about specifically the hot dogs that went on in an event, and there was speculation that the supposed massive amount that was spent on hot dogs was used elsewhere at one of their functions.
Oh, I don't know anything about that situation. Right.
Well, anyway, that's what I'm not really here to talk about.
Ah.
The point I wanted to make is that, and I know you disagree, but there is just something about Vance that I just don't trust.
And that is?
He speaks a little bit too perfectly. He's just a little bit too clean. And I know this is a very superficial way of looking at things, but there's just something about his eyes I just don't like.
Yeah, he looks like he has eyeshadow or something. Yeah, I know what you mean.
There's just something wrong with the eyes. I don't like his history with the way that he spoke about Donald Trump at the beginning.
That is a thing to deal with, but he's doing a great job as vice president, supporting Trump. So
he certainly is, but he's just doing it a little bit too perfectly.
Well, you know, the guy
And
was
that's what I, and that
yeah. I mean, the
Yeah,
guy,
you go,
I think
you
he
go.
was a lieutenant in the Marine Corps, and you can't get tougher than that. I mean, Pasta can vouch for that. I mean, you get to be an officer in the Marines, you got to be fucking tough. So, I mean, he's not a pansy like Gavin Newsom or any of those people.
and I'm not looking to compare him to anyone like Gavin, who
Yeah.
I really hope doesn't actually run, because I think your country, and I don't like to lecture, you guys on what do I think of someone that doesn't vote from another country, and I know it might
Right.
sound patronising, but look, Gavin's no good. I don't need to tell you why. Look at the history of California.
Oh, right.
You already know that.
Right.
But I really do prefer Marco Rubio, and I find him to be a rather much more calmer and less, how do I put it? When I say he's boring, he's kind of boring in the best possible way. He's not making dramatic statements here and there. He just seems quite calm, and I think that's what the United States could really use after
Okay,
Trump.
excellent.
Someone that's more more monotone, that says less incendiary things, which, to be honest, are the favorite things I like about Trump. But I think someone that could de-escalate situations is why I really like Marco. And look, there is just this gut feeling, and it is a gut feeling. I really sense that someone like Vance is just going to screw us all over, whereas Marco is more, well, as I've said, just more de-escalating. He definitely knows what's going on, from my opinion, from what I've seen. But there's no doubting that Vance has in many ways proven himself. He's an excellent speaker.
Yeah, let me
I
just
can't-
clarify. I
Yeah.
spoke in error. He was a corporal. That was his rank in the Marines.
A
And
corporal.
his position,
Which is not
he was-
nothing.
well, no, I mean, he was a combat correspondent, and that was his rating, or MOS, whatever they call it in the Marines. And he was there for 4 years in the Marines. So, I mean, and he went to Yale Law School. He graduated with a degree in political science and philosophy, summa cum laude, at Ohio State University. He was a Hill people then, I guess. And he graduated Yale Law School.
And, I understand his very troubled history with his upbringing. I mean,
Right.
I believe his mother had severe substance abuse issues.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I really give him points for being very upfront about that.
Yeah,
But
I never saw that film, Hillbilly Elegy, nor read the book. Have you ever seen that movie, Hillbilly Elegy?
I've read neither the book, and I have not seen the movie. I didn't know there was a movie, to be honest.
Yeah, it was a cable movie or something. I was talking to a friend of mine who's a absolute Democrat here in Portland, and he said the movie was magnificent. And he,
Now,
would never,
is this-
he only votes for Biden types, so I'm going to watch that movie as soon as I get to it. Yeah.
Now, is this true, or is this just fake news? Because I'm not totally sure myself, but, is it true that he compared Trump to, back in 2016 and earlier on, he compared him to Hitler? Or is that just totally fake news?
I'm not aware of that story at all. I'm not denying it. I'm just not aware. I have not heard that. Yeah, that would be quite shocking if he had said that, and why he changed his thinking. I don't know the details of how he changed his thinking to become a Trump advocate, if he was calling him Hitler. So,
Or he may have compared him to someone else that was, not as worse. But I definitely know, I'm almost certain he said some pretty bad things about him years ago.
yeah, there were. I don't remember the details of that, but he was not a Trump supporter in the beginning.
Correct.
Politically, yeah.
So,
The viewers here are all Rubio people, apparently.
that's all because of me. No, not really.
He also has as Dirk Diggler would acknowledge, he also has what is a positive of having a Latino background. And that would be very valuable in the political campaigns,
Whereas, and gee, I don't want this to sound the wrong way, but Vance he has a big support with the Indian community of America. I believe
because
his whole
wife.
his
Right.
his wife. He named his kids Indian names, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And this isn't my view, but I think that to a lot that can be kind of alienating towards more, southern type people. It's just a bit of a, it might make people feel a bit uncomfortable.
Indians and Indian Americans, from India, are some of the great Americans in this country, like Vietnamese Americans. They come here, they prosper, they get high education, families, and they do great, unlike some other groups that never succeed. And
what other groups would those include?
Not mentioning anything in specific.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
But that is a reality, I think. Some people just don't like the Indian. I don't know. I mean, his wife does get a lot of negative PR because she is Indian.
Yeah.
And from India. And why did he marry an Indian woman? Not a white blonde woman from Oklahoma or something. But that's narrow-minded.
Well, some say that was strictly him playing politics.
Well, but that's a lot of narrow-minded, bigoted, hateful thinking. But a lot of Americans do think that way.
That's why I said some say. I'm not saying all say, but I'm saying some say that.
Yeah. Does Rubio have a wife? Let me look this up. Because he does have a gay background in his youth, which Alex Jones did explore with video and photographs.
I can't believe I remember that. I can't believe I remember that.
He used to dance at shirtless at gay clubs in Miami and stuff. Rubio's wife, who is that? Jeanette Rubio. She's a former professional cheerleader. That sounds great. Okay. And born in Florida to Hispanic parents who came from Colombia. This sounds very good. Okay. She looks fantastic. Okay.
Yeah.
She was a bank teller as an early job. She was a Miami Dolphins cheerleader. Now that's a real plus. Okay.
I'm sorry. This is
Rubio's
Vance's wife.
Rubio's wife.
Oh, Rubio's wife. Sorry.
Vance's wife is a doctor, I think, if I remember. Yeah. She studied fashion design, but did not enter that career. All right. And they live in West Miami. They had a Catholic wedding, and she sounds great. Looks great. Sounds great. Terrific. I think Rubio sounds good now. Yeah.
I don't want to go back to the whole Vance and his Indian family thing.
Yeah.
Because these aren't my views, but I do keep up to date especially with those on X. And there's a lot of people on that website that feel very uncomfortable with Vance's pro views of. How do I put this? There's a sense that if he were elected president, he would really open up mass immigration from India even more, causing more and more.
That's been over. Yeah, we have enough Indian, whatever visas those are called, working in engineering and science here in the U.S. We need to. I think Trump put a halt on that, the H-1 visas or whatever they're called. Yeah.
But if
I never thought about this Indian connection at all. I don't know if Americans are anti-Indian, but they would rather have. I think it's safe to say, as a blanket statement, Americans would much prefer a Miami Dolphins cheerleader than a physician from India as First Lady. But then again, we had 8 years of a man as First Lady with Big Mike, a vicious, hateful man. So, it's tough. Yeah.
Well, the only vicious, hateful man was Obama, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, correct, right.
But that's a.
Well, that's true.
What I do want to point out,
people would say FDR was a dictator, and probably so. But Obama was the most dictatorial tyrant America's ever had as president. But nobody talks about it. Certainly, the media never does.
what I do want to go back to is my browsage of X.
Okay.
And the amount of like anti-Indian, just really nasty stuff about Indian people I see on X is kind of out of control.
I don't look at X except once every 3 months to look at the Docs report page. What kind of anti-Indian sentiment are you describing?
Well, I'm not going to go into detail because it's
I'm
too
not aware
vicious.
of any
It's
of
too
this.
vicious. It's too vicious to even explain.
I'm not aware
But
of any
a lot
this.
of it comes from a certain segment of, I guess, a kind of a modern right wing that are very frustrated with the job situation.
Ah, I see.
If that makes sense, and they're not
I
my
see,
opinions,
yeah,
but
I
I'm just
see. I'm
trying to
not aware
explain
of
the
this
situation.
I'm not aware of this situation, though. But, I
Yeah.
mean, there's no contest. A cheerleader from Miami will always beat a doctor from India in a popularity contest. So, yeah.
And then we've got to unfortunately look at what are the Indian qualifications in India quite as solid as a genuine qualification in the United States or Australia. More uncomfortable questions that I'm not going to be attempting to answer on
Well,
this
I
stream.
think it's been demonstrated that the high-tech and engineering fields in India are world-class. And, most American pharmaceuticals come from India, and engineering seems to be world-class. So that's
Well, I wish I believed that first point, but I
that's distinct and separate from the billion population, and many of whom live in poverty. And yeah.
Gildian writes, the narc is a legend in the Indian community. I don't know what the fuck that means,
I don't know what the
but
fuck
I like
that
the
means
comment.
either. At this point, I've never explored in detail Vance or his wife's background. I just know about Vance's surface kind of things and from his record as vice president. I don't know that much in detail outside of a quick read of Wikipedia, kind of thing about his background. See, I thought he was a lieutenant and he was a corporal, but either way, it's still solid. But in the as his time as VP, he's doing great. Now, Trump's first
Sure.
vice president, Pence, this guy is a traitor.
Sure.
Absolutely, he's a traitor and a piece
And
of
I'll
shit.
be honest. Vance at the beginning of 2016, I thought he was a really good pick.
Uh-huh.
But it wasn't until the end where I really realized that he was not on board. So I was very slow to realize that, and I'll admit that.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it plays out because Rubio seems to be more popular than maybe I realize. So
I'm not
why
sure.
are-
I'm not sure about that actually.
Well, in this chat section, it is.
Well, right, sure. But it's just overall, I think Vance is the more popular one. But I think the smart money. I'm not talking about betting, but I'm just the smart view would be to. I think Rubio is someone who's really going to de-escalate what is perceived as just what's the word? He's just going to be able to de-escalate the political landscape in the US. Someone with he's got a very calm demeanor. He doesn't raise his voice particularly often, and I think that might be what. Just someone that's more relaxed.
Now, what would you think of a ticket of Vance president, Rubio vice president? That would be a winning ticket.
Could you repeat that? Who's who?
Yeah. What would you think of the Republican Republican nomination, the final candidates being Vance for president and Rubio as vice president, running against whoever the Democrats put up? That would be a winning ticket.
Yeah, I'm not sure because the lefties really hate Vance. Would that be fair to say?
Because he stands for everything good and decent in America, that's why.
Whereas I think Rubio stands for everything good and decent, but he comes across as less. There's a really smart word I'm just forgetting to mention here, but he He may think similar, but less divisive.
Less elite? Less...
Less,
impressive? No, well, yeah.
There's a good word I'm thinking of. I just can't think of it right now.
Well, we'll see how... I think if Rubio enters the campaign and he does appearances, or his wife on the campaign trail gets a lot of TV coverage, he's going to do just great because his wife is really going to mean a lot in votes. Like Melania did with Trump. She helped a lot by her being Melania, not Big Mike. Now, here's an interesting... Rubio ain't going to play second fiddle to Vance. That would be humiliating for him. Well, possibly.
Possibly.
Rufus, Doc's report turned you into a Bollywood soft green room. Really?
Doc's report, you... Is that referring to you or me?
I don't know. I think it's you or me. I don't know. Rufus,
let's bring up the comment. Link for Rufus.
Doc's report turned you into a Bollywood saft?
Okay, there's two ways of looking at this, and it's really important that we, analyze this from every single perspective, so we can try and get to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Here's one way of looking at it. Doc's report.
He's saying shaft. Into a Bollywood shaft. What? Oh, yeah. I don't know what he's getting at.
Doc's report you, Morty, into a Bollywood version shaft green room.
What does that mean?
Alternatively, you could look at it as Doc's report turned you into a Bollywood soft green room.
What is a Bollywood soft? Or shaft?
I genuinely have no idea.
Because that's what
either way we look at it, I have no idea what the point is.
Rufus means.
I don't know.
Nice guy. He's a nice guy, Rufus, but I don't know his comments. I don't get it. Yeah. I think this is a very interesting... Rubio is not going to be second fiddle to Vance. There might be a lot to that. He's not as abrasive as Vance. Yeah.
Not as abrasive. He's more...
He's more neighborly. He'll talk to you in a neighborly, friendly style. Vance is... he's too smart to talk to everyday people, it comes across maybe. Is that what you're thinking? He can't portray himself as the guy next door.
No, because I think he really has a way of offending people on the left.
Yes,
which
that is true.
Which we all might cheer on. But I think someone like Rubio can he can come across quite boring, but I think that might be his greatest strength. Mm-hmm. That he will just kind of de-escalate the situation into people being more relaxed over the... Anyway, what does one of my favorite chat users have to say?
Crybaby says Rubio has already publicly stated numerous times he supports JD to be the next nominee for president. Of course, things can change at a moment's notice, right?
Link for Rufus.
Rufus does not do panels. Oh, that's Doc's report. So, yeah, let's... There's the link if anybody would like to hop on. Not soft. What was that? Oh, shaft. Right, okay. Rufus, Doc said he has a lot of dossiers floating around out there. I got dossier stories from that other people have said, that they've got dossiers. Okay. Rufus is only... Rubio is only 54. He's still young enough to run for president several times. I think he may consider a VP position. I think he would with Vance. Yeah.
But then he's got to put up with whatever it is Vance chooses to do for those 8 years.
That's right.
And if it goes real bad real quickly, then I don't know if it'll be a good look
would
for
you say
Rubio.
that Vance put himself in that position of He's going to put himself he's going to subject himself to whatever Trump does, and that would determine the fate of his presidential aspirations if it goes bad.
I think whatever happens, he's going to do his best to try and run.
Right, right. Rufus, you didn't see when Doc's report turned... Oh, I get it. Okay. Doc, you didn't see when Doc's report turned you, Green Room, into a Bollywood shaft. Oh, he made a meme of you as a shaft. But was it a Bollywood shaft? I mean, Indian? What?
I think he's... Oh, I think I understand. So there was like the black superhero.
He turned you into
dude.
a Peter Pan and Shaft and whatever else.
But there was the famous Shaft dude.
Yeah,
who I wasn't too familiar with, to be honest.
Yeah, that was a big hit movie in the 70s.
Yeah.
With a big hit song. Yeah.
I'm kind of aware of it, but I think the way that he made my face look, he kind of made me look sort of Indian looking.
Really? I didn't notice that. That's
but I don't think it was intentional. It just kind of, his AI generation came out like that.
So that's why Rufus called you a Bollywood shaft.
Yes, I think it all
now
makes
we
sense
get
now.
It. Okay.
Yeah.
Morty, are you able to conform to the recent federal requirements for SNAP food benefits, or are you exempt? I have no idea. John Swatch. Unbelievable.
There goes my next question.
Right. Green Room wants the belly dance music. I came out looking at it. Right. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So what do you think, John Swatch? Government cheese? You're going to get your government cheese delivery this month? What do you think? Anyway, okay. Vizio TV. Hello, what is amazing is the TSA workers and the whole Homeland Security workforce is still not getting paid and no one even... What are you talking about? I don't know anything about that, Vizio. Right.
One thing I wanted to talk about was the view botting that I've been noticing going on over the past couple days.
View botting. Can you explain what that means before we continue?
Well, I believe it involves using a third-party source in which you would pay them money to add live viewers to your current stream.
Ah, yes. Okay. Right.
For instance, I think Archie had like 4,000 people watching him yesterday or the day before.
Oh, really? Okay.
When
and you
reality,
don't believe that? You don't believe that?
No, not for 1 second. Where
Right.
it's usually 60 to 90 or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, well, paying for subscribers and likes and even comments is quite common and easy to do on YouTube. A lot of companies will provide that service,
And correct. And a point that I wanted to make was in these streams, say 20 different viewers, 20 paid live viewers can really tip the scales as to who's watching what, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And this is something I'm going to be, maybe I shouldn't say too much, but I am working on a little project at the moment that's going to be, revealing a few things as to what I think is really going on in this situation.
Yeah. Speaking of this topic, have you ever noticed on, the hate channel, the Master Blaster channel, it shows, last time I looked, when I saw this, subscribers was like 1.1K. Okay.
Yeah.
Very reasonable number. But some of his shows where it said number of views, 1.8K. So he's getting 1,800 views, and he only has 1,100 subscribers. And when you watch the show, there's only 30 or 40 people, maybe 50 or 60 watching. And of course,
and that's if you deduct the, in my opinion, 15 to 30 fake viewers. That's my opinion, and I can't prove that.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
but the point I wanted to make to you is, for instance, if you go back and look at one of my streams, I had 2,000 viewers in one stream.
Mm-hmm.
However, I don't think there's 2,000 people to begin with, 2,000 individual people to begin with. So I believe that if you have a stream that goes for, say, 8 hours, if you pop in to tune in for, 5-10 minutes, that will count as one view. And perhaps 2 hours later, you'll pop in again to see what's happening for 5 to 10 minutes, and it will count as a second view.
Now, is that correct? Or are you just guessing that?
I can't prove it, but I have a feeling if I used Grok, it would tell me very quickly that I'm right. But I should actually do that right now.
Yeah,
But
because that would mean...
I'm confident. I'm confident in the statement.
Okay. I don't know if that's the case. I would think once you're logged in, but I don't know if that... I think you count as a viewer. I would imagine you count as a viewer regardless of the number of times you click onto a show, but I don't know. Yeah.
Now, is Rufus giving me smack in the chat room saying that I never know?
What's the hardest work that you've ever done in a green room? Any hard labor work as a kid or any time in your life?
Well, for several years I worked in aged care nursing. Involved with a lot of heavy lifting of patients that I looked after. And I did it for a couple of years, and it was not easy work, to say the least.
I think their only concern is if you're a man enough to say you worked in the construction industry, driving a cement truck and that kind of stuff, using the cement mixer machine and, were a member of the Iron Workers Union or something like that. But
well, the unions in the Western countries are certainly a shadow of their former selves.
Well, that's correct.
And we can talk about that if you want, but it's not exactly a fun topic to talk about.
All right. Poway, it says views, not viewers. So it could be per view. Yeah, it's it doesn't work out mathematically. 1,000 subs doesn't get 2,000 views. I mean, it just doesn't happen. But no, you're absolutely correct. Are you going to be doing a show about this? Is that what you said? About view botting?
I don't answer questions.
Right. Okay. Right.
But I am working on something or other in the future. Mm-hmm. And it should be good.
Right. Well, it's well established that there are channels that pay for views, likes, and commenters. That's been around for years and years. And many YouTube channels in or out of the community, the Watch People channels, that's done all over YouTube. Yeah.
Well, it's not only a combination of those types of paid strategies, but what kind of truly underhand strategies are we really seeing going on here? And that's going to be a topic of the next video, which I'm going to be delving into.
Sounds very good. I will definitely be watching that. And I know Docs will too. Sure.
Yeah, that's if he's still around.
Right.
Now, I know what's really happening with him, but I don't think I'll be... I did have a couple private secret emails with Docs.
Oh, really? Okay.
And I think he's okay. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I think he's okay.
Okay, Vizio says, time limitation. Views are limited to a few per day per user to prevent artificial inflation. You can pay right on YouTube to promote content. That is correct. YouTube will gladly take the money and land more impressions. That's right.
And that's what I've noticed with a couple channels, perhaps including yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure if it really does anything, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you don't mind me asking, I mean, is it a very expensive thing to have that promoted?
I don't know. I'd have to look in YouTube Studio and see how that works.
Okay.
Definition of a view. A view is officially counted after a user watches for at least 30 seconds. Well, okay. Yeah. Short gaps. Turning off a stream and coming back after an hour is considered a single ongoing session rather than a new, unique, or fraudulent view. Exceptions. If the user came back after a very long time, example, the next day, it might count as a second view, but a 1 hour break usually doesn't. Okay. And you're getting this from YouTube, these comments, Vizio, I'm guessing. Yeah.
Could you repeat that question?
Which question?
Or what you just asked me?
I don't answer questions about questions.
Neither do I.
Yeah,
Let's move
no,
on.
I think Vizio got these comments here from YouTube, the help page or something, to get this information, I would imagine. Rufus, Green Room, are you surprised to see Doc's report go dark? Do you think he's rebuilding, as his alert message indicated he's rebuilding the channel under construction right now?
Well, there's two ways of looking at it. And I don't want to give too much away with what Lexter privately emailed me, because I don't really do that. But, supposedly it's under construction, his YouTube channel. But,
Well, that could mean-
I know Lexter, and that he really enjoys posting and keeping up to date with news and this and that. And for him to just, everything to just suddenly disappear, I thought was really out of character for him.
Could this alleged or supposed channel construction be in any way related to his acquisition of the new Toyota Corolla that he bought?
Well, let's just face it. It was a total disaster. It was
see.
a total disaster, Morty, and I know you think that. I know I think that. I know there are other members in the community that also think that.
Buying the Corolla instead of a Lexus or whatever.
Really should have gone with a Lexus, but
No question about it. Right. Yeah. John Swatch, imagine Morty's success if he would have put just a little bit of money into this. I don't have any money to put into it, John Swatch.
That's exactly right. Neither do I.
Right. Breitling, a real insecure psychopath pays for Fantasyland. Just saying. That's a lot of stuff in that comment there, Breitling. Yeah. Dirk, I now see the connection with Lex and Shroom. Makes sense now Green Room works in elderly care.
You see, I was the one that was, in fact, grooming him so that I would be able to travel over to the States and look after him and get closer to that sweet, sweet inheritance of his.
Well, he said it's all going, his entire estate is going to a Marine Corps fund of some sort, which sounds pretty nice, but, I mean, I would have divvied it up a little bit differently myself, but it's not my estate to divvy up.
Yeah.
But.
And don't forget the lack of funeral. He specifically wants no funeral.
Oh, he just wants to be cremated and scattered.
Yeah.
Is
And that's
that
no
it?
joke.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Vizio, that was from Google AI. I asked if a person is watching a YouTube stream, then turns it off for an hour and comes back, does YouTube count that as 1 or 2 views? All right. Yeah, very good. Hence the pay to play. Set a budget of $300 a month, and it will make a difference. YouTube is built on addiction. Increasing the amount will get more. So you mean $300 a month to go for paying for views and subscribers, Breitling? Is that what you're suggesting or saying? All I know about Green Room is that he attacked Paul Pluta viciously. Wow. Hey, that night that you had the pillow fight with Archie, and how did you feel an hour, 2 hours later after that? Do you recall?
Well, I think I was vomiting on the streets of Surrey Hills Station.
Yeah, you had to walk to
waiting,
the station, didn't you?
Waiting multiple hours for the 4 o'clock train to arrive.
Yeah, if I remember, you went on your own. No one offered you a ride to get to the train station, and you sat there at 4 a.m. waiting for the train or something.
Yep, and I was very, very ill.
You were vomiting all over the place, like Nicholas, maybe, that level of vomiting. And
Yes, I was.
Wow. And
Yeah.
nobody offered to hang out with you or give you a ride to the station or anything?
No. But to be totally fair, Tim Wright, who I know not everyone's a big fan of, he did call me once or twice just to see where I was.
Right.
Just to make sure I was okay, which I wasn't. But
So he said, I just wanted to check. You doing okay? And you said, no, I feel sick. I'm vomiting my guts out. And he said, oh, okay, just wanted to check. Kind of like that, you mean? Or?
Something like that.
Right. Well, that was good. Yeah. Wow. Of course, I know you don't answer questions, so this will be fine. But what was your thinking when you thought you would get into what you described as elderly care work?
Well, I had a good friend of mine who thought that my temperament would be really good for it. He was an odd character, but he talked me into getting into the right courses in order to do it. And I did very well in the, in learning about and getting through the courses I needed to. Met a lot of different people. I was probably the only man in the class.
Did you ever have thoughts caring for the elderly of maybe like taking a pillow and just relieving them of their pain?
No.
Since you are affiliated with pillow content now.
Yeah, that is true. That is a good point. But no, nothing like that.
Oh, that's good. Glad to hear that. Very good. Yeah. All right. Promotion, fake or real, if you pay, you will see a difference. So, Breitling, are you saying maybe I should consider a little bit of expense into buying views and bots and stuff? That would help my channel thrive. I've been vociferously, is that a word? I don't know. I've been
now, just to be clear, just to go back to the nursing for 1 second, I was very quickly trusted to be placed into the ward of the nursing home that was specifically for, how do I put it, alcohol and dementia. Lifelong alcohol abuse and dementia are a really bad combination. Real bad. And I was trusted to look after a lot of men that were suffering from that as a nurse. And the women, mostly women of the home that I worked in, they really wanted me to deal with the men. And this isn't a sexist thing to say, but they really preferred a man to be around the other men because they felt that they would behave better when a man was around. When it's just women doing, how do I put it? When it's just women that are, on the ward of the the heavy alcohol and dementia wing of when there's no man around doing the nursing, to be frank, they tend to become a lot more violent. And it's for that reason when it had someone like me that was tall, they noticed that the amount of incidents decreased.
Is it possible, I'm just speculating here, is it possible they saw you on a YouTube video where you were using a pillow, attacking an elderly man in a bed who was complaining and screaming at you, and they were scared shitless of you then, and they were very well behaved when you entered those patients' rooms? Because they knew they saw what you were capable of.
Well, no, because my job had come to its end. About a year before that had happened.
No connection. Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Right. So, are you going to continue in that field, go back to it, or continue in that, or do you want to pursue other opportunities?
I don't really have a desire to go back into nursing, especially because I'm not vaccinated against COVID, which is... For a long time, I was banned from even wanting to get back into nursing because
you didn't get the vaccine.
That's correct. So I essentially lost my job for a few years that I had specifically trained for because I would not get the vaccine. My understanding, it's been lifted now, but I think I'm at a point in my life where I just don't want to return to that kind of work. Yep.
Have you been thinking about other avenues to pursue for work?
No, not really.
Good. Right. Okay. Right. What about doing YouTube as a full-time revenue stream for your income? 5 hours, 10 hours a day?
Well, I kind of view this as a very unusual hobby.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really view it as an income source or and I think that's one of the great strengths of my channel is that it's all these other guys are obsessed with super chats and this and that, but I do this for fun. I do this for the sake of doing it. Would I like to do it a little bit more often? Do I feel as if since I came back I've been a little bit slow and I should have been putting on maybe a couple more shows here and there? Of course I do.
Mm-hmm. What about this kind of line of...
Hey, how come you never ask these kinds of inquisitive questions to Rufus?
I've talked to Rufus, I've inquired of Rufus when he was on my panel about his culinary background, his Florida lifestyle, his childhood, his upbringing, his family, his upbringing in New England and his culinary career and his recent activities and hobbies. When I have someone on
and can you remember a single one of them?
He grew up in a...
Anyway, you don't have to answer that. Let's move on.
The answer is kind of yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I remember my interview with OC. I asked very penetrating questions. I remember that pretty clearly, and or a conversation with OC, not really interview. But
I had a conversation with OC quite a few years ago. And
did he hire you to be one of his leg breakers? Because he said people at his social elite, high economic class, they don't break the legs. They hire people to go break legs to get their money back. Did he ever offer you a job as a leg breaker to get money back from a watch grifter?
Look, I cannot confirm nor deny that OC contacted me privately, said he would put a noose around my neck and strangle me in front of my entire family if I did not come back. So I can't confirm nor deny that. And I love OC. And I love OC, and I look forward to what fast food meals he's going to be reviewing in the future.
I hope he does Del Taco, which is, but I don't know if they're in his area. By the way, have you ever noticed, or has anyone ever told you, because I'm going to mention this now, that if you trained your voice, had a dialect coach, let's say, and picked up a different accent, your voice sounds very close to John Kennedy and Robert Kennedy's voice. If you worked with a voice coach and picked up that Hyannisport, Massachusetts accent, you would have a spitting double voice for those two guys. Because your voice sounds 99% the same, except for, of course, the accent.
Now, wait a sec. Wasn't one of those two the one that died in the plane crash, or am I getting confused?
No, President Kennedy. President John Kennedy. John Kennedy Jr. died in a plane crash. Right.
It was Jr. And he was a pretty popular guy at the time, wasn't he?
He would have been senator. He would have been
he had his
senator.
own magazine and everything.
Oh, yeah, he was a superstar in the Rising. He would have been senator from New York, but amazingly, Hillary Clinton ran and won, and that created a lot of speculation about the, quote, Clinton body count stories. Because John Kennedy Jr. was a shoo-in to win that Senate position. And Robert Kennedy was President Kennedy's brother and, presidential candidate and all that. But if you changed your accent and studied his accent, maybe by yourself, you would sound just like him. Because the voice quality itself is almost identical. That's my opinion, which nobody ever asked me then.
Now, there's a couple of good questions in your chat room.
Crybaby, I know Green Room doesn't answer questions, but what led to his hiatus from YouTube and what prompted his return? Why are you coming back?
Well, at the time I left, I just sensed that there was just so much negativity going around. And when I started watching streams back in November this year, admittedly starting with that guy, which at the time I found quite funny, to be honest. And I think I just kind of got over it because I started seeing a lot of similarities with another channel. And I don't want to give too much away with what I'm going to be talking about in my next episode. But yeah, at the time I left, I just felt an overwhelmingly strong sense of negativity from this general place.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Well, there's
really
no question about it.
that's the short answer, and it wasn't really doing me any favors. I felt, although I was getting a lot of money from all these different kinds of people all over the world,
Right.
but I didn't really find it fulfilling at the time.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a day job, Green Room?
Don't answer questions.
Exactly.
Do you have a day job, Rufus?
Excellent. Right.
Yeah.
Pavel, you can feel Jax's whole mindset begin degrading by the minute when Unk simps don't lavish him with super chats. Yes, so that's you're onto something there, Pavel. Right. Okay. Yeah.
Well, as you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you more or less said that you knew exactly what was going to happen a little bit later on down the line with Jax and what's going to be happening with that guy.
Well, I knew with Watch Nicholas what was inevitable, and I was vindicated, of course, with what happened. And he's dealing with people where he should be prepared. That's all that's all I can say about that. You know.
Okay.
What does Rufus? What do you mean? I turned the tables on our Morty. What does that mean? You're in the table.
Look,
turning
I think the only way for Rufus to truly explain himself is to perhaps jump on the panel for the next 4, 5, and maybe even 6 hours to us to really get to the bottom of this. Link for Rufus. Mm-hmm. And as soon as Rufus joins, I'm probably going to have to leave too.
I see. Rufus, he's saying you have a slight New England accent, Green Room. No, the timbre of the voice, the actual quality of his voice, can be immediately adjusted to a John Kennedy, Robert Kennedy accent.
Well, it's not just them, but I don't say in a braggadocious way, but I can do quite a few voices. And,
I would say, just for fun, if you're really desperate for something to do, I mean really desperate, watch some video
well, that's
clips
why I'm here.
Exactly. If you watch some video clips on YouTube of President Kennedy giving speeches or interviews and Robert Kennedy, and listen to the way they speak with their unique Hyannisport, Massachusetts accent, and you'll pick it up quickly. I think it would be very convincing that impressions you could do.
But do I really want to?
Yeah, but yeah.
I don't say. I'm not saying you're wrong. But is that really the route I want to go down?
As I said, if you were severely depressed and looking for something to do to further wasting another day, you might like to check that out as an idea. That's all.
All right. Yeah. And it's good to consider all ideas from all different sources.
Mm-hmm. Breitling, there just seems to be something very sad and maybe should be concerning about a middle-aged man streaming fast food reviews alone. Well,
now that comment could actually go to so many different YouTubers on this platform that do that very same same thing. So I'm just saying. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's reserved exclusively for OC.
No, I agree with that. Yeah. Trash streaming, right? I'm glad Green Room is back. I think he's funny and entertaining. Well, you wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know that from this appearance, but I agree with you, Crybaby. Yeah. Don't confuse.
Well, I guess some streams I try and be very funny, and some streams I try and be very serious.
No, here we're getting
it's very hard. It's very hard for me to do both at the same time.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is terrific because you're presenting us with another side of yourself, another side of Green Room here.
Well, it's not exactly another side. It's another side that's been showed a handful of times before, a few years ago, but not in the past. Not in the past couple. Not for a very long time.
I see. Well, I appreciate you coming on and presenting this side. It's really good. Max, Rufus turned the tables, and Morty won't see it coming. If Rufus turned the tables, you don't think I would see it coming? You think he's got some plot or deviant plot lined up for me?
Look, man, we need Rufus to get on this stream right now to mix things up a bit.
Why not play it, Morty? Play what? Yeah. Green Room, say, we used to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon.
We used to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon. No, not enough Boston going on there. Not enough Boston.
Yeah, a little. You could get it if you ever wanted to, for whatever reason. work on that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Rufus, the invite link is up for anybody, but it's up there. Yeah. So, where do you see yourself in 5 years? That's a horrendous
Dead.
interview question. Yes. What was your answer?
Dead.
Dead.
I don't think any of us are going to be alive in 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not because of anyone's age or anything.
To tell you
This
the truth,
this world is over.
To tell you the truth, I actually died about 5 years ago. I'm just hanging around cleaning up the loose ends. But
Yeah. Internally, inside, or
that's
just
a line from Neil Simon. I'm not taking credit
okay.
for that. But
Right.
okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I am working on something or other.
This show that you're working on, which you're working on.
Which it's very likely I'm not going to be answering any questions on
I
it.
understand that. I'm just asking, not expecting an answer.
Yeah.
Will Morty's Diner be the focus of this upcoming show? In part, or in
You
toto?
may be mentioned at 1 or 2 points,
I see.
but not in great detail.
Right.
But just as a...
I don't deserve any great detail. Right. What do you think of the president of Australia, this guy Albanese?
Not surprised.
Not surprised. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, I could have predicted... I don't want to say I'm too... I'm in no way surprised with how he has chosen to lead this country at all.
Uh-huh. I saw a clip of him yesterday commenting on the Iran situation with Trump, and he specifically did not he was indicating his support, and he commented his support for Trump in the United States, and he specifically did not mention Israel involved in the attack, which Sky News commentators, because I watched the Sky News channel here, they're really good, I think. And they said he specifically did not mention Israel, who was key in the successful attack. And they were commenting that he's got an issue with Israel. Isn't he one of the politicians that is pro-Palestine in his statements in general? I think he is.
Generally, that's true, but he must always bow before the Don.
Mm-hmm.
So
the Don. What does that mean? The Donald, right?
Yeah. So,
do you ever watch Sky News?
I used to a bit, but I find even though I keep up to date, I just find watching any type of televised news network coverage just to be very frustrating. I'd rather just get my news from X, which, by the way, I'm trying very hard to reduce less of because it's just not good for my health.
Yeah. If I were a Hollywood mega millionaire, not like Robert De Niro, but Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, that level of superstar, global superstar, ultra wealthy, and could go after any woman who would be seduced by my fame and fortune.
But I'm sorry, I just phased out for a sec. Could you just repeat that?
I can understand that. Yeah. If I were a super Hollywood mega global superstar like De Niro or Pacino, had fame, wealth, connections, parties, jet set lifestyle, and could pick any woman on the planet to pursue and seduce, and maybe even marry or date, there's a woman in Australia that I would probably pick who was on Sky News.
Peter Credlin?
Very funny. No, it's a woman she's a anchor person on Sky News. Her name is Gabriella Powers. Power.
I think she was in a clip within the past day or two.
She has a show on Sky News Australia, and apparently she's very popular over there in Australia. But she is beautiful, sexy, intelligent. She has the Aussie accent, which is always good. Gabriella Power. Anybody look her up? She's on Sky News. Just Google her name. And I don't know who she's dating or if she's married or anything, but I would definitely fly to Australia for a cappuccino with her, Just saying. Is she married? Let's see. Let me see. I don't know what it says here. She does not post information about a husband or no husband, or wedding information if there was a wedding. She keeps it private. Okay. There it is. But she's some kind of famous, like, celebrity type in Australia, I think, from Sky News. Anyway, Brightling, question, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Answer, hopefully not live streaming fast food reviews alone. Great answer.
Well, I mean, if I am going to be driving into, McDonald's drive-thrus, am I really doing it alone if I'm interacting with the service staff and the customers that are there already? I don't really think that's alone.
Right. Rufus says, in 5 years, in elder care with Kelly. Is Kelly your bird?
No, I think he's referring to that other Kelly on that other website.
Oh, I see. Right.
Yeah. Who is, by the way, making more money than anyone in this entire community. Not that I know that.
I don't recall who Kelly is. Maybe I need a reminder.
Yeah, I think we should just move on.
Right. Okay. Very good. Okay. So Crybaby Saggy Skin, what's Green Room's opinion on the pairing of junk food reviews with luxury watch content? Any thoughts on that? Rolex talk with a Big Mac content?
Well, I think in sometimes you've just got to start to really master something. You've got to be able to introduce a completely new strategy and to see if that sticks or not.
Mm-hmm.
And to be honest, who here is actually for the luxury watch reviews?
I'm not.
I'm not.
I
want to be entertained. I want to be entertained.
Right. Does entertainment include eviscerating viewers, just ripping out their bowels and gang raping them, or am I overdoing it a little bit?
What?
Exactly.
That was a bit much.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm not.
But if you're talking about just constantly yelling at people, not to me, but to some.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Some people enjoy the racist talk, the anti-Semitic talk, the hate, the threatening, insulting, backstabbing conversation.
Look, I don't want to give too much away of this next program, but I've been very closely watching the past 100 hours of a certain stream to get a percentage as to what it. I'm using a pie chart to actually go over what topics have actually been discussed, what percentage over the past 100 hours, and I think it might surprise a few.
Okay, definitely going to watch that. Yeah, I think everyone will be watching.
It should
that.
be done in about 3 months from now. So
3
we'll
months.
see.
Okay, I'm going to mark it down. Okay, very good. Yeah. So you're going to analyze that last 100 hours over the next 3 months to really get it really tight and concise.
Yep, got to get the percentage just about correct.
Very, very good. Yeah.
Yep.
Morty Gilden, another person from the files found unalived. Right. Just amazing coincidence about those Epstein names. Yeah. Yeah. So have you ever talked about your off YouTube personal life on any of these channels? Besides the career you had with the pillows at the elderly place and all that.
No, I'm very secretive in my life-to-life personal life.
Right. Very good.
As I suggest most people in this community should be.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. So if you were dating Gabriella Power at Sky News, you would not tell us that.
I probably wouldn't.
Right. That's probably the right thing to do. Yeah. Rufus didn't come on. He was invited multiple times, and
I really thought he would have to carry out the next 5 hours of the show. But
right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Any questions on anything in life you'd like to ask anyone or myself about life?
Well, I think that's an absolutely loaded question, but ultimately a simple one at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Have
I
you
don't get-
ever
right.
have you ever found yourself throughout your own personal life during periods of complete and absolute stagnation, where things don't get worse, but they also don't get better?
Oh, yes.
Just total stagnation with
Yes.
just very little.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And what? I don't really have any other questions after that, but what?
Right.
What was that like for you? How long did it last? It's none of my business, by the way, but
Well, it's been lasting it's presently the situation. It's been lasting about 45 years, maybe, give or take a few years.
yeah.
But I'm hopeful that it'll change. There's always hope, So I'm optimistic,
Yeah.
But, no, I'm sure everybody has moments like that. Even the rich and famous in Monaco probably think they have periods of, stagnation and not accomplishing anything day after day. But Shroom is smashing Rita Panahi as his side chick. Wow. Amazing.
And as Slooms McKenzie was saying in your chat room last night,
Yeah.
I can't prove this, but I think that there is a certain someone viewbotting, not absolutely massive amounts, but 20 to 30 viewers. 20. I'm going to say 20.
Mm-hmm.
But that 20 fake viewers can make all the difference as to who people choose to watch which stream over another.
You make a very astute observation.
Because
Yeah.
there have never been so little viewers than at this point than ever before.
Yeah. I've
So
had that thought many times.
And it is something I'm really going to be, hammering down in my next presentation, whenever that is, 3 months.
Let me rephrase it. I've had that thought on occasion. Yeah. You buy a package of 20 or 30 views for a show, and that does have an impact when people look at it, especially people who are desperate, drunk, stoned, vomiting, and looking for something to watch. That might attract them to be, I'll check out that channel. It's got more than the other channels I'm looking at.
Yeah. So that is something I'm going to be looking into in the next episode. I feel like I've given a bit too much away, to be honest. I kind of regret coming on here.
I can delete
No,
the
that's
entire
fine.
show.
That's fine.
Oh, okay. Right.
Unlike the others, we don't delete our shows.
Yeah. Rufus, one has to have passions. You used apostrophes in both of those. Passions, to keep life alive. Okay.
I disagree.
You disagree, right? You can be suffering and miserable and keep alive? Sure.
No, I'm saying that passions, everyone says they're passionate,
Right.
but yet they often get burnt out chasing a passion that maybe their natural talents weren't exactly set towards. And it can
You
often
make a
lead them.
a very astute observation. Yes. I agree with that.
They can get very burnt out chasing that passion, but ultimately get nowhere. But sometimes it's the weird guy that wants to start up a pretty boring dry cleaning business that might do incredibly well. It may not be something he was passionate for, but it would be something he did very well in. He or she, I should say,
Right.
did
Or they
very
done.
well in. So
I agree. You are correct. Also, Rufus says, you have to have something to work towards, something driving you. My phone just adds things.
Well, that I find easier to agree with, except for that last sentence, which makes no sense to me.
Correct. Makes no sense to me either. Right.
I mean, it's good to be working towards something that's driving you. Yeah, I get that, but is it necessarily something I'm passionate about? Am I passionate?
Doc's report, I don't think he talked about that he was passionate in his working years, in his career years, but he kept going, and now he has a fantastic life as an everyday multimillionaire on the golf course and Walmart. So I don't know how much passion played into him getting to his retirement years, where he was having a great time, just relaxing and enjoying everything.
See, now I've baited in Rufus. He's typing in things in the chat. Maybe, just maybe, we can get him to come on. Okay.
Well, maybe he is. He
we've
might
casted
be. Yeah, he may be exclusive to a certain channel where he's not permitted.
He's not allowed or permitted.
Or not allowed, permitted, or frowned. It's frowned upon for him to appear on this channel, though he is in the chat. That may be something. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there, right? Something to get you up every day. Mm-hmm.
So here's what I want to. I'm just going to leave you with this.
Okay.
Okay, that guy's channel has got 52 views. I'm sorry to advertise him, but you've got 32.
Okay.
Which I think is really good.
Mm-hmm.
But it's, in my opinion, I reckon 20 of those viewers aren't exactly legitimate.
Uh-huh.
So I think you're actually neck and neck. And the reason I say this is because you were streaming first, it actually causes him a lot of trouble to convince your viewers to move over to him.
Right. Are you talking? He is on right now. I see. Yeah.
Now, usually at this time, he would have 70, 80.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we may not like to discuss those numbers, but we do have to analyze the enemy, okay?
Right.
Yeah,
a lot of times... Yeah, go ahead.
The point I want to make is that the other day, after I did my last stream, everyone moved over to Lexter's stream.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually had 50 viewers at one point, live viewers, just to see if the dude wasn't dead.
Mm.
But the point that I want to make is that when Lexter was streaming, it was very, very tough for that other guy's channel to start up his stream with having so many viewers.
Yeah,
even with Lexter.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Even with Lexter.
Yeah, there are occasions where I'll start up a show, and I don't know it until the show's over, but soon after I start up my show, that guy starts up a show. At the same time, because, just to compete, take away my viewers, just give me a hard time. I know this is a fact, There are multiple examples of that, but that's a different kind of issue, yeah. But so I agree, there's a lot to look into in buying 20, 30 views to add to the image of a channel's success and popularity.
Yep.
No question.
So the question is, you're someone that's capable of streaming at this time and getting some views up that would detract from that guy's channel. Mm-hmm. And I would say the exact same thing to Lexter if he chooses to return to this platform, which you hope he does.
Mm-hmm.
If he started to stream it around this time before that guy's stream does, I think it could do some serious damage to that guy's channel.
Damage? Wow. So you're suggesting he start around 4 in the afternoon, 4:30? 1 or 2 hours.
I live in some other bizarro time zone.
An hour or so before the other show starts, you're saying? Yeah.
Yeah, and the key point is to keep on streaming. Even though you may see a dip in, 10 or 15 viewers, I think it's still worth continuing on.
Yeah, well, for Docs, not that I have any content here that's remarkable. Of course it is, but I won't admit that or confirm that. But he needs to have more content to hold the viewers other than playing clips of the UFO expose content kind of stuff. Or the golf course cam,
Well, there's a lot more on that I want to say, but I'm going to wait for my own program.
Right. Your show in 3 months. We'll be looking for
three, maybe 4, 5, 6 months from now.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I really do feel as if I've said too much. So if there are any questions that either you or anyone in your chat for me, and I'm going to hand over the reins to Rufus for the next 4 or 5 hours.
Okay, terrific. So you're going to take off now, you think? Or?
Well, if there are any questions, I'm always happy to.
All right. Any
not
last
answer
questions for Green Room from the viewers? 33 viewers, yeah. So I have a question. Let me look.
Yeah.
Australian time right now for you is like 2:06 in the afternoon.
That's correct.
Right. What is the city that you're closest to, even though you may be hundreds of kilometers from? Are you more Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane?
I live in New South Wales.
Which means what? I don't know.
Well, that's a state that's closest to Sydney.
Sydney, okay, right. Right. That was my question. Why is Sydney called Sydney? Do you know?
I didn't answer questions.
Don't ask. Okay, very good. That's a good idea. Question from Daniel Quack. When is your next show, Green Room?
I'm not. Excuse me. I'm not exactly sure. It might actually be a video. It might be a pre-recorded live stream. I'm still just trying to figure it out. I'm not really sure how to do a pre-recorded live stream, but
right.
It'll be something or other, quote unquote, soon.
Right. Are you excited for the Melbourne Grand Prix, Green Room?
No, not really. I'm not really into car racing.
Do you find sitting in the stands, watching cars going around in a circle, basically, or a shape of some kind of shape, passing you over and over and over again, do you find that interesting to watch?
Well, not on television, but maybe it's a totally different experience in person.
It may be, right?
Have you ever been to the big Daytona in Florida?
No, never. I'm not interested at all. To me, it's just watching cars going around, making a lot of noise. I don't see what the big deal is. But yeah, tickle my talk. Green Room, you've been to Archibald Pub? What does that mean?
Green Room, you've been to Archibald Pub? No. Okay, guys. Well, thanks a lot for having me, Morty.
You bet. Well, you know what they say. It's a pleasure to be had. So
yes.
Great. Thank you very much for stopping by Green Room. And I marked on my calendar for at least 3 months I'll be watching that show. So
3, maybe more.
Terrific.
Okay.
Great.
Right.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks,
See you later.
All right. See you later, Pod.
Fantastic. All right. Green Room. Fantastic appearance there. And let's celebrate the Green Room's appearance here with some appropriate music. Outstanding. Mm-hmm. Okay, we're going to we'll wrap up the show in about 5 hours. That's a good idea.
Yeah, just for a moment. Listen and close your eyes. Get ready for my sick and demented ass, baby. I'm going to love you all down. I see the weight weight upon your shoulders. Super chat my gross degenerate ass. You know I love you, baby. Sit back, relax, and let me blast. Uncle Curly just needs your body and soul. Ooh, yeah. Let me take care of you. I've got that cotton candy vapor lips, your favorite music on, yeah. Don't you worry about a single thing, from right now until the dawning. You know I love you, baby. Sit back, relax, and take a face blast. Let me take control. Super chat this ass and let me take control. Relax your mind. Relax your mind. Relax your mind. Just let go. Face blast that gross ass. Baby, let go. Baby, let go.
You know, that brings up an interesting question or something to think about. I mean, really. We know that the Obama children, who are now adults, are not the children of Barry and Big Mike. I mean, that's well established for those who know. So the question is, and we know the marriage was arranged by, they were introduced by Jesse Jackson, you know, all with the Chicago down low scene and all that. He had to have a spouse for his political career. But do you think, who does the blasting in their bedroom, if they in fact ever had any kind of consummation or relations in their marriage? Because, you know, they're both, you know, there's Barry and there's Big Mike. So who's blasting and who's the blastee, usually? I think Big Mike is doing the blasting. I think that would be the obvious thought. I'm sure Barry, you know, does a little bit of blasting here and there, but Big Mike is definitely the blaster in that relationship. I mean, think about it, you know. Well, it's just obvious to me, but yeah, you know. Why is Big Mike up there? Well, we talked about Big Mike earlier in the show, but yeah.
Yeah, just for a moment. Ooh, hey. Listen and close your eyes. Get ready for my sick and demented ass, baby. I'm going to love you all down. I see the weight upon your shoulders. Super chat my gross degenerate ass. sit back, relax, and let me blast. Uncle Curly just needs your body and soul. Ooh, yeah. Let me take care of you. I've got that cotton candy vapor lips, your favorite music on, yeah. Don't you worry about a single thing, from right now until the dawning. You know I love you, baby. Sit back, relax, and take a face blast. Let me take control. Super chat this ass and let me take control. Relax your mind. Relax your mind. Relax your mind. Relax your mind. Just let go. Just let go. Face blast like gross ass. Yeah. Baby, let go. Baby, let go. Baby, let go.
Wow. Phenomenal. What a song. What a video. Yeah, here's an interesting, not that idiot. Yeah. Here's an interesting comment from John Swatch. How can a grown man be this hung up on the Obamas? Well, if you're if you're an intelligent, educated, alert, clear-minded, dedicated American, you would be concerned, not hung up, but concerned about them, the damage they've done to this country purposefully, their evil intentions, their documented cases of incidents of treason. And, but if you're totally oblivious to the Obama years and all the damage and evil that they've committed on the people of this country and the world, then I guess it doesn't mean anything, but it's not a case of being hung up. It's, yeah, anyway. Exactly. Yeah, now you see here in this picture, Big Barry is slurping down that hot dog there. But you can see Big Mike over here in the background. And Big Mike is thinking, Barry, wait till we get home. I'll give you a hot dog like you've never had before, baby. That's what they're thinking about, baby. You better believe it. All right. So at this time, I'm going to stand up and move around. I'm going to get a coffee refill. Thanks again to Green Room for stopping by and chatting here on the show. And I know we're all going to be watching that special show he'll be premiering in 6 months. Exactly, John. Exactly, right. So we're going to take a little intermission here. I will be back, and we'll continue with fantastic, riveting new content, including maybe just talking about fast food restaurant reviews and Seiko watches. Wow. Fantastic, and we're back. That was a nice break. Thank you all for watching the show tonight. Let's go back to the chat comments. McLobster, channel member, the ultra-right loves to humiliate the wives and women. Unbelievable. Well, we have not done that here. I am not ultra-right. The ultra-right does not love humiliating wives and women. I don't know what you're referring to, McLobster. Michelle Obama is the husband, not a wife. And even if she was a wife, even if she was incredulously even a woman, she deserves all the derision and truth-telling that she has deserved from her vile and disgraceful actions. I have no problem with believing that because it's true. What happened to my page? I have, oh, there we go. Okay. But if you want to clarify that comment there, I'd be happy to address that further. But that's that's absolutely just not correct what you say there, McLobster. Breitling, the Chicago down low scene. I think there is a channel where you can get a tour for a few super chats. Yes, I believe that that's correct. Yeah, I mean, there are people who bought who bought Obama's book, the first one that he, quote, wrote, and then the second one, which he did not write, you know. And they believe the fiction, the myth that Obama created, you know, about him and Michelle and how they met and all these stories, you know. It's all BS. You know, those who know, we know the real stories behind the Obamas. And that's, you know, and there are millions of us who know these things. But we don't have a major TV show like, well, Michael Savage, he knows all these stories. I think Michael Savage is now 84 years old. I just watched him yesterday. I'm going to look that up. Is he 84? Because he is just extraordinarily brilliant and sharp and active. Michael Savage, age. He's 83. Yeah, phenomenal. 83. Man, what a life. What a career. Yeah, 83 years old. Holy cow. And, man. So he knows all these stories. And he's talked about them, but, you know, what can I tell you? Anyway, 23 viewers. Any questions, comments, any guests? Would anybody like to be a guest? Hop on the panel. Talk about any topic, anything you might like. There's the link. I'm not going to hawk the audience to death about Super Chats and PayPal, Cash App. You know, we've had 5 donors tonight, and it's always something that's appreciated and out there if the audience ever wants to, if members of the audience want to contribute to the channel. Okay. And we do not play Baby Cow, by the way, over here, in case you missed that. Davey, you having a late night dinner? No, I had a frozen vegetable lasagna frozen meal. It was very good. I won't tell you the brand name. Not Marie Callender's and not Stouffer's. It's a different one, and it's pretty good. I mean, very good. And I'm quite full, but I just went in the kitchen. I got a small coffee. I could really go for a snack, kind of like right now, but a couple McVitie's, dark chocolate McVitie's would be really great. I don't have any of that in the house right now. I wonder if Watch Reporter ever looks at this channel. I wonder if he ever watches Morty's Diner. Well, who knows? Never know. By the way, Watch Reporter, he's invited anytime he wants to come over on my channel and join the panel. Talk about whatever, you know. Nicholas, I don't know, because he really Oh, the things he, this is very bad. Pavel, hey, $1.99 super chat and channel member. Thank you so much for the channel support, Pavel. Been an enjoyable episode, Mort. Thank you very much. And we're going to be hanging around for a while. So thank you very much, Pavel. Or Pavel. I don't really know how you pronounce your name properly. I don't want to. Yeah. Watch Reporter was just live. Ah, I should have been watching that show. Once Green Room left, I should have ended the show and watched Watch Reporter. But unlike some people, he does not hide his shows after he ends his live stream. So I can watch it later. Let me look him up here. Watch Reporter. See if I can find him. Is that his channel? Yes, it is. Let's take a look here. He finished the show 32 minutes ago. Is that it? Art collection reviews in a relaxed format. Yeah, he knows. He's quite knowledgeable about art dealing in art and art sales and modern art. I didn't know that part about his background. I saw a show he did a show yesterday, or was it today, talking about modern art and the art market. I watched that for a while. It's pretty good. The show he did yesterday has 93 views. He should easily have 2,000 or 3,000 easily. So, he should be investing in view bots, so he could show he has 2,000, 3,000 views per show as well. But who knows? He did a show. I'm looking at his Watch Reporter channel right now. He did a show a month ago. I watched this recently. About 3-4 days ago. He did a show which is called Brutal Watch Collection Reviews. Adrian Barker equals tomato can and instant coffee. And he did a show talking about Adrian Barker, Bark and Jack. And I don't know why he's picking on Bark and Jack, but I got to tell you, it was pretty funny, And there's trolling, and then there's just fucking hate, despicable, vile hate and viciousness. And his trolling is just pretty funny, If you understand, his routine there. It's very funny about the coffee, and because Bark and Jack is always with the coffee, even from his first shows that he did that I used to watch when he started. Yeah. Wow, unbelievable. Whatever happened with the Mrs. Macron in France with their definitive proof that she's a female? Because Candace Owens said she will quit broadcast. She will quit, broadcasting if she can provide factual evidence that she's a woman, not a male, not a man. And Macron and his wife said they'll be presenting absolute evidence that she is a female, but whatever happened with that story? Wow, amazing. Okay, what's this Bill O'Reilly show? What is he talking about? Many Americans have no idea what's going on in the world. He says, O'Reilly explains why millions of people have absolutely no clue when it comes to global events. Well, that's absolutely true, and all of those people vote Democrat, by the way. Okay. Watch Reporter, dinosaur market is up bigly. Collecting dinosaur bones is for tomato cans. Collecting and flexing is part of human nature. Lowbrow, middlebrow, Bitcoin bros who don't write. Okay. I read and watch so much about dinosaurs. It's just amazing. All that stuff. If I were 17 again, maybe I would have become a paleontologist. I don't know. Maybe who knows? It's just amazing stuff. What else is going on in the news? Let me just, go through here quickly. All right. U.S. airstrikes obliterate Iran military sites. And, right, okay. Obliterating all that. J.D. Vance reveals what led to Operation Epic Fury. Okay. And is he wearing eyeliner? That's the question. And how would he do in a presidential debate with Marco Rubio? That would be riveting. Okay. Oil prices surge as Iran war continues to escalate. Well, it doesn't matter to me. I don't have a car and I don't pay for heating. So, and I only eat cans of beans. So trucking costs, transportation costs impact me minimally. Whoopi Goldberg refuses to credit Donald Trump for freeing Iranian woman. What a disgusting blob she is. And an ignorant woman, ignorant. Wow, a lot going on. U.S. Embassy hit by 2 drones, shelter-in-place order issued in Saudi Arabia. Wow, a lot going on. Amazing. Who is this guy, Adam Carolla? You ever see this guy from Los Angeles? He does he's been on a number of different TV shows. And he did shows for a long time with Dennis Prager, on conservative political analysis type issues. I mean, this guy is an absolute nobody. And yet he's all over these TV shows and cable shows. I mean, internet and stuff. And he used to do some dating bullshit shows or some crap like that, 20, 25. Unbelievable. I mean, who would listen to him? Who the hell would listen to this guy for anything? It's like Bill Maher. Who the hell would listen to Bill Maher? Who cares what Bill Maher would ever say about anything? It's unbelievable. Yeah, confirmed. U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia hit by Iranian drone attack. Well, this should be expected. So hopefully they're all properly prepared, because that's to be expected. That kind of stuff. 54 minutes ago, Trump warns, this is Sky News, Trump warns, quote, big wave of strikes as war with Iran ramps up. He is not ruling out ground troops in Iran, warning the big wave of strikes is still to come. Go, President Trump. Iran's Navy is gone. Okay, here's that story. 3 F-15s are down. 11 Iranian ships sank all in one day. Wow. That was over Kuwait. Allied air defense batteries, means Kuwaiti, mistook U.S. jets for incoming Iranian threats and opened fire. All 6 crew members ejected safely. Wow, okay. Amazing. Tons of stuff going on. U.S. nationals urged to leave 14 countries in the Middle East. Absolutely, get the F out of there. All right, let's get back to the comments, the chats here. Watch Reporter is an expert in Bukiak art. No, he's pretty knowledgeable. Who's a great hater? Watch Reporter? I don't think that. Well, okay, your opinion. All right. Candace looks like the streamer Neon with a wig on. I don't know who Neon is. Okay. Geek Adwell, Rolex Dino Dial Day Date. What is that referring to? Don't know. Davy Smalls, Unk getting them $100 super chats every show, baby. Well, there you go. Jesus is right. It's a hot mess. Cameron Flynn, Davy, you should hop on this. Cameron, how can you say that, Cameron? What a ridiculously dumb comment. Yeah. He says the same fucking shit every time he jumps on. Who? Who are you referring to, Guy Gadbois? Certainly not Davy Smalls. He's never been on the panel here. Anyway. Yeah. I know what's missing from this show, besides, quality content. Music. There we go. All right, now we can all relax. We have some background music. Who are you referring to, Guy Gadbois? Davy Smalls, what a disaster already, and the worst is yet to come. No, the greatest is yet to come. But okay, I guess Rufus has moved on. Okay. It's in my comments. Did they get blocked? Let me go back. He says the same shit every time. Who, Trump? Is that who you're talking about? Guy Gadbois. Rolex done. I don't see. Candace looks like it's room. You mean Watch Reporter? Boris, do you think Obama is a mustard guy or ketchup and mustard? Myself, I'm partial to raw onion and Dijon. I think Barry will slurp it up, whatever's on the burger. You'll just take a big slurp out of that and swallow it whole. TGO1, he's not here. Oh, you mean on the other channel? Is that what you're referring to? Well, I don't know. I'm not watching that other channel. So. All right. He's like a parrot. Really, I don't know much about it. I don't know anything about the guy. So I've seen him once or twice. I don't know anything about him. He doesn't, he's over there. That's his channel. Unc's Best Groomie in dollar. Oh, really? Well, good for him, What else can you say? Look, whatever. Boris. Oh, he's flexing. Boris. Guy Gadbois, fuck me dead. That guy is the worst panelist, followed by the new Regard Eddie, not the Chicago Eddie. I've never seen Eddie. I don't know who that is. The other Eddie. Yes, I responded to Davy's comment about the $100 super chats. I see. Got it. Hello, Aussie Expat. Yeah, we're still going. We had the Green Room on for about a half hour or an hour before. It was really good chatting with Green Room. Ozzy, I was going to send you a picture of a Glock 19 Gen 5. It's available at all the dealers. I saw it on a couple website stores. It's a Glock 19, but in the regular black finish, but the slide has a black camo finish. Like a black and beige, kind of black and tan kind of camo pattern. And, I'm not a camo kind of, I don't wear camo gear at home or anything, but it really, there's like 10, 20, 30, 40 finishes available of Glocks. And this one, I really like the way it looks. It's really cool. And they got brown with a green camo slide and, you know, FDE with a, you know, red camo. I mean, all these patterns. And I really liked it. And I was going to actually contact you, Green Room, and say, because I know you said if I were to get a Glock 19, would it be a mistake? Would it be worth it getting the Glock Gen 6 or the Gen 5, like this one with the fancy pattern, camouflage pattern sliding? I was wondering what you would think of that picture, but I don't know if I can show a picture on the show without getting a strike. I mean, I guess I can show a picture. So I was going to send you that and say, which would you choose? A Gen 5 with this cool pattern, or would you just get a Glock 6 and the basic finish? But I don't have $550 to waste on a... You can show static pictures. That is correct. Let me see if I can find it real fast. And let me see if I can find it real fast. Let me see. Because I did save it. I would have to just... okay, this might be it here. Let's take a look. Oh, that's a different one. Okay. I'm looking. Hang on. I have absolutely no need. It's not about need. I have no reason to buy a 19. None at all. But it does look really cool. You know, I'm not an EDMM like Doc's reporter, you know, somebody, so I can't just buy it just because it looks cool. But yeah, I'm just gonna screenshot this here. And yeah, there we go. There's a nice picture of it. So it's a standard featured Glock 19, but it's got a cool pattern on it. So let me, and the price is $665, and a stock issue regular Glock 19 $530. It's $130 more than a standard finished Glock. You're only paying for the camouflage design. Okay, this is on Bud's Guns website. So let me bring this up. I'll take Barry and the hot dog off. Oop, wrong thing. Oh, wrong. All right, I gotta do something. Hold on. All right, let's try it here. There it is. Okay, this is $130 more than just a standard 19. The only difference being the pattern. What do you think of that, Aussie? Is that worth $130 more than just a standard 19? This is a Gen 5. Doesn't that look cool? No, I don't have any. I would use a light, but I don't use red dot, green dot, red dot, or any of that optic stuff. Yeah, major dealers still have plenty of Gen 5s on their web pages available. I mean, I could put it on the credit card and buy it tonight, but frankly, I'd be better off buying that Seiko watch than this. But I don't know. It's really cool looking. Breitling, that guy will tell his high council sheep they are great, so he can keep taking their cash. Part of what a psychopath does, I think it's a number 4. Yeah, got it. Right. There's been no inventory since November. Right. Okay, well then maybe I should buy it. I could probably sell it like money in the bank, you know. Is the G19 going to be? No, it would not be my EDC. I've never used I've never held, touched, or shot a Glock 19, any Glock. But I just feel like I should buy this, you know. If I were a guy like Docs, an EDMM, or any of the mega millionaires watching these channels, I would have just bought it, you know. But, okay, nope. You would not buy, is that what you mean? No, but it's all plastic, but it looks cool, is that? Glocks are great, but I do know some law enforcement professionals that do not like them. They claim to shoot a little better with a heavier, right? It's like an urban multicam. That's right, yeah, multi-camouflage. It's a really old camo, Global War on Terror era stuff. Surprising. The sights suck on Glocks. For that reason, I'd move to an M&P or a SIG. Morty, get the Glock. Maybe I could just buy the slide. You know, for $150, just buy the slide. So you would pass on this, Aussie. You would not buy this just for fun, just for your collection. Plastic, plastic magazines, crappy sights. You can't get good sights for $60 on sale. Well, you can always add on aftermarket sights, you know, but all right. Yeah, right. So Aussie, that's a downvote. You wouldn't suggest buying this piece of shit at all. All right, very good. I've seen some videos where gun videos where they talk about that Ruger is actually outglocked the Glock. What is that called? The Ruger RXM, is that what they call it? It's a Glock that's better than a Glock. The Ruger MX, the Ruger RXM, the Magpul thing, yeah. It's like a Glock, but it's actually better. Allegedly. Right. So, Aussie, the Ruger RXM is really compelling. Aussie you might go for one of those, huh? All right, so that's a definite no from Aussie on don't waste my money on this. I'm waiting to see if they release a more expensive version with a better trigger, but it's well equipped. Hey, that's very interesting, Aussie, because, I mean, if you wanted to, you could buy the brand new RXM, knowing that you hope they make a better trigger, and then when they issue an RXM 2.0, you could just trade for the new one, and you'd lose $100 or $150, and why would that even matter? Just do it. But I guess that's why you're rich and I'm a pauper, because you watch every $150. No, I can't waste that $150. That's not the way to do it. Original OC stuffing his face with a greasy hamburger. Really? A lot of content on tonight. Wow. Geek Gadwa, I wouldn't either. I'd get a trade-in. Glocks or Glocks for the most part. Well, I don't want to get a second-hand pre-owned. I just feel like if I ever bought a pre-owned, I would feel I need to bring it to a gunsmith for a top-to-bottom inspection to make sure it's absolutely functional and safe. Everything's operating correctly. And by the time you pay the gunsmith, then, you know, might as well just get the new one. Yeah, but I wouldn't do that. It has to be better out of the box than my M&Ps or 320. Otherwise, why buy? Why? Got it. I got it. Okay. Me, I'm not. No. Pavel, as an HK simp, I vote VP9. I got the P30. It's a piece for a lifetime. It's phenomenal. P30S, just incredible. Yeah. All right, I'll remove that picture. And I got the answer I guess I was seeking. So, terrific. All right. Let's bring up another picture. There we go. Yeah, I'm tired of looking at Obama sucking down that hot dog. There we go. That's a nice photo. So stupid. It's not needed if you order from a site. They check all that for you. You think so? Really? If you buy a pre-owned gun, a used gun from a dealer, you think it's quality? I don't think it's super quality checked. They just take it in and sell it as is. I think it's up to the buyer to get it properly checked over. That would be my thought. But if you think I'm so stupid, or that was so stupid, okay. Crybaby Saggy Skin. If it's going to be used as a range pew-pew, G17 might be a better choice over a 19. Bigger frame for a better grip, unless you have small, petite OC hands. I've never held a 19 or a 17, so I don't know what either of them would feel like, hand size-wise. Right. But they're the same item, basically, just a little size difference. Yeah. And I've never seen the RXM in person either. But... Anyway, okay. Mm-hmm. 4 hours and 55 minutes. Unbelievable. I will wrap up the show in 5 minutes. Right now, 22 viewers. Tonight there were 6 donations to the show. So thank you guys for that. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, the beginning of today's show was pretty riveting, I think. And, yeah, I made my case. I mean, well, I gave my opinion. Boris, anyone own a Keltec sub 2000 CQB, and is it worth buying one? Aussie would probably have a good opinion on that. I would never trust anything as a defense weapon for Keltec. I think Keltec is just so cheap looking. But there are people who really like Keltec. I would never buy a Keltec. I mean, if it was just going to the range for fun, I guess it wouldn't matter. But I would never carry a Keltec or use it as a home protection item, you know. Smith & Wesson makes a sub 2000 clone. I'd probably trust that over Keltec. You're right. Crybaby, what did you cover during the first part of the show? Well, I talked about the Watch Reporter, Watch Nicholas war. And I offered my opinions and how to resolve it today and move on. But I'm not involved in it. I have nothing to do with it at all. But I think for the benefit of both of those guys, to just resolve it today and, yeah, set it and forget it. Aussie, the longer streams are time-consuming for the lurkers and jerkers to comb through for trash stream content. You're absolutely right, Breitling. Absolutely right. Yeah. Aussie, there's an M&P clone of the Keltec, sub 2000, that I would get instead. Right, okay. Very good. Boris, allegedly you're in the Portland area. You would own a gun? You would buy a gun? Really? Really? I thought you were a Obama-Biden man. Hanging out at Voodoo Donuts with your Biden t-shirt, Kamala Harris. Maybe I was mistaken. Yeah, the lurkers and jerkers. They're lurking and jerking, that's for sure. Yeah. So I guess I just saved $650 by asking Aussie what he thought of that Glock 19. And funny, the all the thoughts I had about maybe buying it vanished. There you go. How about that? That's done. Yeah. Boris, I own several and I conceal carry when riding my bicycle downtown. Unbelievable. I never would have thought that about you, Boris. Unbelievable. I thought you were a Kamala Harris type, a supporter. How about that? Amazing. Yeah. I need a snack. I can do a DoorDash for Voodoo's Donuts. I could do Voodoo Donuts is on the DoorDash app or website. But I don't want to buy one donut, and I certainly don't want a dozen. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Nothing Fancy loves Caltech. I haven't watched him in a long time, but he said his everyday carry piece was the PF9 or whatever it's called, and he swore by it. I just found that remarkable. Is that what it's called? PF9? That's it, the Caltech PF9. Incredible. With all what he knows about guns, that's his choice. 7-round magazine. That's his life and death carry choice. Is a piece of shit Caltech, or a cheap, inexpensive Caltech. That's unbelievable. Who would buy a Caltech? I just don't, unless you just buy it for, use at the range. I can't imagine buying one. Yeah. But, whatever. They just look so unbelievably cheap. Like Charter Arms, YouTube is full of reviews of Charter Arms revolvers about people always having to send them back to the factory for warranty repair. It's amazing. All right, let's continue on. Okay, well, I got to say, I used to love his videos with Chad. Are you talking about Iraq veteran 8888? I used to watch that guy's channel. And that guy, Barry, passed away. And then he had this new co-host, Chad. And when this guy, Chad, was the co-host, I couldn't watch that show anymore because that guy has got the strangest eyes looking into the camera. Like, holy shit. I mean, like, holy shit. So I can't watch that channel, that guy, when he's on. The other guy, whatever his name is, the main host, he's okay. Yeah. Wow. But that other guy, Chad, reminds me too much of like Squeal Like a Pig, kind of North Carolina, Georgia kind of character. Hey, L, thank you so much. $2 super chat. Really enjoyed your interview with Green Room. Thank you so much. He was the actual Green Room today, unless today was a performance. I don't know. I think that was the real Green Room. We got some real stuff today. Thank you, L. And hey, Gampers, good evening from New York City. How's it going? I used to have an SU-16 that folded. That was pretty... I don't know what an SU-16 is. Breitling, you have to know most Harris supporters are, and hardcore leftists, do the opposite of many things they are supposedly against behind closed doors and privately. Yeah, I remember when the Rodney King riots happened in L.A. I remember it very, very well. And Charlton Heston was on TV shows soon after that all finally went away. And he said he got phone calls, many phone calls from left-wing liberal friends of his in the movie show business, you know, very high-placed, famous left-winger Hollywood types who were friends of his. And they all called him up asking him when the riots were happening if he had an extra gun or rifle he would let them have. Can you believe that? I believe that 100%. And it was true, you know. Typical leftist lunatic. Guns kill people. Guns are evil, you know. And as soon as the shit hit the fan, they were calling him up because they knew he had a lot of stuff. And I wonder what he told them. You know, amazing, but true. Gigawatt, that it was also surprising, reliable. No, Chad was from Caltech. He was one of their reps. Oh, okay, right, okay. Got it. That's a different Chad. That other channel is called Iraq Veteran 8888, I think, or something like that. They work at a pawn shop, gun store in Georgia. And they put out, a long time ago, the shows were pretty good, right? Or certainly watchable. Mm-hmm. The Rodney King riots were like, I forgot what year that was. 1990? 91, something like that. $1992, right. I remember it very clearly. Yeah. Amazing. Hey, Boris. 99-cent super sticker. Thank you so much, Boris. Thank you for the channel support. Crybaby Sagusin. One of the rooftop Koreans is on X, and he's quite entertaining. The Koreans demonstrated that they were great American patriots when that was going on. Fantastic. And all those crybaby, leftist, liberal, drug addict, brain-addled lunatics, you know, liberal types, they were the ones absolutely paralyzed with what to do. The Koreans, all those Korean guys, they were all veterans back in South Korea. They all had military experience. They knew where to go they knew the friends at the gun shops. They knew what to get. They knew how to use it, fully trained, and they saved their part of Los Angeles. They saved it from being burned down. It was phenomenal content. Not content, phenomenal moment of time there. It was incredible. I remember seeing on TV, there was a person from Koreatown who was on the TV show, or on a telephone on the TV show, and they put out any and all Korean veterans, from South Korea. We need you now. Come to this location in Koreatown and help out. Time to take care of business, protecting our area. And that's what happened. It was incredible. Yeah. And thank you very much, Boris. I'm going to end the show unless somebody hops on the panel, or wants to talk about stuff, or whatever. I'm clicking the wrong buttons here. Damn it. Is this? Yeah, it's working. Yeah, I hit the wrong button. Yeah, I'm gonna hop on. I'm gonna end the show in about a few minutes, unless we have some panelists or stuff like that. So I'll do an after show. I'll be available for an after show. If anybody wants to talk when the show's over, we can talk. Backstage. We can try that. So I'll hang around a couple minutes after the show. Well, that's it. 5 hours and 10 minutes. 5 hours and 11 minutes. Holy cow! What have I done with my life? That'll end today's show. Thanks everybody for watching the show and being on the panel, green room. Thank you for the super chat support. Morty, did you really get rid of that Trump 1022 I made you buy? Now, hold on a minute. Did you make me buy that? When I saw that, it was love at first sight. I just knew I had to buy it. And then the night of the election when he won, I just said, I have to get it. I can't. So I think I bought it that night. I did. I bought it that night on the store website. And it arrived for pickup at the dealer here a week or so later. Yeah, but I did sell it because I don't need a 22. Yeah, it was really cool, but I just have enough. I have plenty. I just didn't. Look, if I had a huge, place, then I'd have a huge collection. But really, okay. Well, then, thank you for that. I didn't remember that, but I thought I found it just from looking at Bud's website. But maybe you told me about it, and I looked it up. I don't know. But I did sell it. That was like a year ago, I think. Yeah. Well, look, as Watch Nicholas would say, I needed the money. Yeah. All right. Well, that'll do it. So thanks, everybody. And I'll hang around a couple of minutes if anybody wants to talk after the show. Thanks for watching, everyone. Good night.